Part 1. The Time and Politics of Victorian Britain.
Chapter 1. How the Victorian Era Split into 3 Distinct Phases. Imagine turning the pages of history slowly, almost like tracing the rings of an ancient tree. Each ring holds a story of change, growth, and the quiet resilience of people living through extraordinary times. The Victorian era, spanning from 1837 to 1901, is one such tree in the forest of human history. A long, layered period that historians often divide into 3 chapters, each with its own rhythm, its own concerns, and its own sense of possibility. Tonight, let's wander gently through these chapters together, allowing the past to unfold at a calm and measured pace. The early Victorian years, 1837 to 1850, a nation finding its balance. The story begins with a young queen, Victoria, ascending the throne at just 18. She stepped into leadership at a moment when Britain was trembling with change. The Industrial Revolution was no longer a distant force. It had swept into every corner of life, filling cities with smoke, factories, and new dreams, but also new hardships. These early years were marked by turbulence. The hungry 40s, shaped by the devastating Irish potato famine from 1845 to 1849, brought unimaginable suffering and a wave of migration. At the same time, the Chartist movement rose in Britain's streets, calling for universal male suffrage and political reform. Though its aims would not be realized immediately, its voice pressed the country to reckon with the hopes and grievances of working people. Change was happening everywhere. The Reform Act of 1832, passed just before Victoria's reign, had already begun to weaken aristocratic control of politics by expanding voting rights to many middle-class men. Laws followed that sought to reshape society, limiting child labor in factories, reorganizing poor relief through the Poor Law Amendment Act of 1834, and even abolishing slavery throughout the British Empire in 1833. It was also a period when public health anxieties shifted into the national spotlight. Cholera epidemics in 1832 and 1848 forced Parliament to confront the realities of urban life, leading to the Public Health Act of 1848. And as communication stretched its limbs, new inventions like Morse's electric telegraph in 1837 and Cook and Wheatstone's telegraph 2 years later promised a world that was suddenly more connected than ever before. Railways snaked across the countryside, carving through hills and valleys, altering both landscapes and lives. These tracks symbolized not only movement, but also the start of a society learning to move at a new, faster rhythm. The mid-Victorian years, 1851 to 1875, confidence, innovation, and a growing empire. As the calendar turned to the middle decades of Victoria's reign, the nation entered what many consider its most confident chapter. The Great Exhibition of 1851, held in the shimmering Crystal Palace in London, captured this feeling perfectly. Millions of visitors walked through its glass halls to admire the machinery, inventions, textiles, and curiosities that defined Britain as the workshop of the world. The middle class flourished. With rising literacy and accessible newspapers, people could follow debates, read serialized novels by authors like Charles Dickens, and participate in a culture that celebrated self-improvement and education. The 1870 Elementary Education Act offered schooling to more children than ever before, nurturing a generation that believed in progress and personal growth. Railways expanded across the nation, and in 1863, London opened the first underground railway in the world, an extraordinary marvel of engineering and urban imagination. Beyond Britain's shores, the empire tightened its grip. The Indian Rebellion of 1857 resulted in the Crown taking direct control of India, and by 1876, Queen Victoria held the title Empress of India. The opening of the Suez Canal in 1869 shortened the journey to Asia dramatically, weaving Britain even more tightly into global trade. Yet beneath the surface glow, the intellectual world was shifting. Charles Darwin published On the Origin of Species in 1859, challenging long-held theological beliefs and beginning conversations that would touch every corner of Victorian life. At the same time, James Clerk Maxwell's theories of electromagnetism in the 1860s laid groundwork for technologies still central to our modern world. These decades were full of optimism, but also quiet questioning, a sense that society was expanding outward and inward all at once. The late Victorian years, 1876 to 1901, anxiety, innovation, and the edge of a new century. As the era approached its final years, a more complex mood settled over Britain. The empire had never been larger, yet the nation felt new pressures. Germany, newly unified in 1871, rose as an industrial rival. International competition grew fiercer, echoing through politics, trade, and military planning. Europe's great powers scrambled for Africa after the Berlin Conference of 1884-85, drawing boundaries that would reshape the world. Britain occupied Egypt in 1882 to maintain influence over the Suez Canal, a vital artery of imperial trade. At home, democracy expanded further. The Reform Acts of 1867 and 1884 brought Britain close to universal male suffrage, and by the turn of the century, socialists and trade unionists laid the groundwork for the Labour Party, founded in 1900. The period pulsed with scientific discovery. Alexander Graham Bell patented the telephone in 1876. Marconi explored wireless telegraphy in the 1890s. Wilhelm Röntgen discovered X-rays in 1895, revealing hidden structures inside the human body and opening a new world for medicine. Culture, too, took on new colors. The aesthetic movement, embraced by writers like Oscar Wilde, challenged moral strictness and celebrated beauty, wit, and art for its own sake. London hosted Queen Victoria's Diamond Jubilee in 1897, a celebration of her 60 years on the throne and of the empire's vast reach. But alongside the confidence came unease. Industrial life produced crowded slums and growing worries about poverty, morality, and what the future might hold. Debates around evolution, faith, and social decline filled newspapers and parlors. By 1901, as Queen Victoria's long reign came to a close, Britain stood at a threshold. The Victorian world had shaped modern industry, global connections, and democratic reform, yet it had also revealed the tensions and contradictions that would define the 20th century. A closing thought. Understanding how the Victorian era unfolded, Early hope and hardship, middle triumph and questioning, late century anxiety and innovation helps us see how the modern world was formed. It reminds us that progress is rarely a straight path. It comes in waves, in moments of great confidence and periods of introspection, all held together by the quiet persistence of people navigating change.
Chapter 2. How the Monarchy Turned into a Moral Guide for the Nation. When we look back at the Victorian era, it's easy to imagine a world wrapped in misty streets, steady routines, and quiet devotion to family and duty. But behind that atmosphere was a monarchy carefully reshaping itself, softly, steadily, into a symbol of stability in a fast-changing world. Tonight, as we settle into a peaceful rhythm, let's drift into the story of how Queen Victoria and Prince Albert became the moral compass of their age. In the years before Victoria's reign, the monarchy had struggled with its public image. The Georgian kings, especially George IV and William IV, were often associated with excess and a lack of restraint. Their courts marked the end of an era that felt distant from the values rising among Britain's growing middle class. When Victoria came to the throne in 1837, she and her young husband, Prince Albert, quietly began to reshape the royal family into something new, something that felt closer to the people they served. Together, they crafted an image of warmth, industry, and domestic devotion. Instead of grandeur for its own sake, they emphasized family life, moderation, and moral discipline. This wasn't simply personal preference, it was a deliberate, thoughtful effort to align the crown with the values that mattered most to an increasingly middle-class society. Across Europe, monarchies were falling to revolutions and reform movements. By embodying the virtues admired by their subjects, hard work, piety, loyalty, and a sense of responsibility, Victoria and Albert secured the monarchy's place in a world uncertain about the future. Albert became the architect of this transformation. He professionalized the royal household, introduced stricter standards of conduct, and championed science, industry, and the arts at a moment when Britain was rapidly modernizing. Instead of clinging to old aristocratic traditions, he connected the monarchy to progress. His influence even shaped everyday culture. He helped popularize the Christmas tree in Britain, and Victorian families across the nation began to decorate their homes inspired by images of the royal family gathered around their illuminated fur. Wedding customs, too, evolved. Victoria's preference for a white wedding dress became a lasting tradition in the English-speaking world. Yet the story takes a more somber turn in 1861, when Prince Albert died at just 42. The loss was devastating for Queen Victoria, who withdrew from public life and entered a mourning that lasted more than 40 years. She wore black for the rest of her life, and her prolonged absence created uncertainty. Newspapers criticized her invisibility, and Republican sentiment briefly grew. For a time, the monarchy seemed vulnerable. But slowly, carefully, Victoria re-emerged, not as the young queen she once was, but as the dignified widow of Windsor. In this later chapter of her life, she became a maternal figure not only to her own country, but to the expanding British Empire. Her steady presence offered reassurance in an age shaped by rapid industrial growth, political reform, and global change. Somehow, her grief became part of her public identity, symbolizing endurance, devotion, and quiet strength. During these decades, her role stretched beyond Britain's borders. After the Indian Rebellion of 1857, when the governance of India shifted from the East India Company to direct crown rule, Victoria insisted that religious practices and hereditary rights of local rulers be respected. In 1876, Prime Minister Benjamin Disraeli honored the empire's growing importance by granting her the title Empress of India.
These gestures linked the monarchy's prestige to the moral vision of a vast, interconnected empire, one that Victoria hoped could be guided with dignity and fairness, even if the realities of imperial rule were far more complex. Victoria also took an unusual personal interest in individuals from across the empire. She became godmother to Sarah Forbes Bonetta, a West African girl brought to Britain, and offered kindness to the exiled Sikh prince, Duleep Singh. These relationships, though shaped by the structures of empire, reflected her desire to present the monarchy as benevolent and protective, a symbol of unity rather than domination. Her family, too, became part of Europe's diplomatic landscape. Through the marriages of her many children and grandchildren, she became known as the grandmother of Europe, linking royal houses across the continent and creating networks of kinship that shaped international relations. In her meetings with prime ministers, men like Gladstone and Disraeli, Victoria remained constitutionally above politics, yet she expressed her views with conviction. Her sharp question to Gladstone, "Why is that?" when he doubted imperial policy, revealed a monarch deeply engaged with the direction of her nation. By the time Britain celebrated her Diamond Jubilee in 1997, marking 60 years on the throne, she no longer embodied power in the traditional sense. Instead, she had become a living symbol of continuity, someone who stood quietly at the center of an era defined by invention, industry, reform, and the complex reach of empire. Her image, devout, disciplined, and determined, guided public expectations of virtue and stability. The story of Victoria and Albert reminds us of the subtle power of example. Their lives shaped a monarchy that did not rule by force, but by character, one that offered a sense of grounding in a century filled with astonishing change. And as you drift toward rest, you may find comfort in knowing that even in turbulent times, a steady presence, a moral compass, can help guide entire generations forward.
Chapter 3. The Vast Reach of the British Empire and its Worldwide Impact. During Queen Victoria's long reign, the British Empire grew into the largest empire in history. But it was more than a political structure. It was a living network that moved peoples, materials, languages, and beliefs across great distances. Ships arrived in British ports carrying jute and calico, rubber and tea, sugar and spices, everyday items that would become part of British domestic life. At the same time, British systems of administration, education, and manufacturing made their way outward, reshaping societies far from London's foggy streets. This movement was often framed by Victorian leaders as a civilizing mission, a moral justification that masked the underlying economic motives. Beneath the noble language lay a system designed to channel wealth toward Britain's factories and markets. Millions of Britons seeking opportunities unavailable at home emigrated to distant colonies, from Canada to Australia, from South Africa to India. Meanwhile, people from across the empire traveled to Britain for study, business, or labor, contributing to a metropolis that was cosmopolitan yet sharply divided along racial lines. London, bustling and crowded, became one of the first truly global cities. The empire's economic web was intricate. Raw materials flowed into Britain from many corners of the world: cotton from India and Egypt, rubber from Malaya, tea from India and China, sugar from the Caribbean and Mauritius. British manufacturing transformed these materials into finished goods that were then exported back to the colonies. Freight ships and steamers circled the globe, while the Royal Navy guarded shipping lanes that connected an ever-expanding empire. A turning point came in 1869 with the opening of the Suez Canal. Suddenly, the long voyage to India, once measured in months, could be made in weeks. Communications sped up as well.
Telegraph lines stretched across continents, and by the 1870s, messages could travel from London to Bombay in a matter of hours. It was a world shrinking in distance, yet expanding in ambition. But beneath these advances lay darker realities. Colonial policies often disrupted or dismantled local industries. In India, for example, traditional hand-woven cotton production collapsed under the pressure of cheap British textiles. Forests were cleared to grow jute for export. And during severe famines, grain continued to be shipped abroad because imperial policy insisted on maintaining free trade above all else. The human cost of such decisions was devastating. Across Africa, the scramble for territory accelerated after 1880. Britain annexed Egypt in 1882, solidifying its control over the Suez Canal. New territories were claimed in Sudan, Kenya, Nigeria, and parts of South Africa, areas rich in minerals, fertile land, and strategic ports. These acquisitions often involved force, negotiation, or economic pressure, reshaping the lives of millions. Culturally, the empire was a two-way current. In colonies such as India, British administrators introduced railways, legal systems, and English-language education, creating new classes of clerks, teachers, and lawyers. Missionaries built churches, schools, and clinics, translating the Bible into dozens of languages. Yet even these efforts often carried an assumption of cultural superiority. At the same time, Britain absorbed influences from abroad. Tea drinking, once an imported luxury, became a cherished national ritual. Exotic birds, silks, and spices filled Victorian homes. Polo came from India. Football was spread across the world by British students and merchants. By 1900, London counted tens of thousands of residents born in colonial territories, including Anglo-Indians, Chinese sailors, Middle Eastern traders, and Caribbean laborers, each adding their own threads to the city's cultural tapestry. Public celebrations reinforced imperial pride. The Colonial and Indian Exhibition of 1886 drew over 5 million visitors to displays of reconstructed bazaars, craftspeople in traditional dress, and agricultural products from across the empire. These exhibitions painted a picture of unity and abundance, though they often presented colonized peoples through a narrow, romanticized lens that ignored suffering and resistance. By the end of the 19th century, Britain commanded the world's largest merchant fleet and handled a vast portion of global trade. Yet the empire's immense scope also stirred competition. Germany and the United States rose as industrial powers, challenging Britain's dominance. And across the colonies, early seeds of anti-colonial movements began to grow. Calls for equality, autonomy, and the right to shape one's own future.
Part 2. How society was layered back then. Chapter 4. The Aristocracy and the Lives of the Landed Elite. In the early decades of Queen Victoria's reign, the aristocracy and the landed gentry stood securely at the top of British society. Their wealth came from the land itself, vast estates, tenant farms, and rent rolls that provided an income far beyond the reach of ordinary families. While a laborer might earn around £30 a year, many of these great families enjoyed annual incomes exceeding £1,000, allowing them to maintain elegant country houses and fashionable residences in London. They held enormous political influence as well. The House of Lords was almost entirely composed of aristocrats, and many seats in the House of Commons were controlled through long-standing family ties. Sons of these families often became army or navy officers or served in important church positions. Their schooling at elite institutions, Eton, Harrow, Oxford, Cambridge, created a shared culture that reinforced their sense of belonging to a distinct and privileged world. Daily life for the upper class was carefully orchestrated.
Servants kept households running smoothly, while the family focused on social obligations, grand dinners, balls, polo matches, and fox hunts that marked the rhythm of aristocratic life. Many aristocrats devoted themselves to public philanthropy as well. They funded churches, endowed hospitals, and supported cultural institutions. The Duke of Bedford, for example, helped expand the British Museum with the King's Library wing, leaving a legacy that still stands today. Yet, beneath this polished surface, change was quietly approaching. The agricultural depression of the 1870s and 1880s shook the foundations of aristocratic wealth. Cheap American grain, carried across the Atlantic by new steamships, flooded British markets and drastically reduced the profits of traditional farming. Suddenly, the income that had supported generations began to slip away. To preserve their estates, many aristocratic families turned to new strategies. Some divided and sold portions of their land, others shifted from growing crops to raising sheep or dairy cattle. A number invested in emerging industries, ironworks, railways, and coal mines, hoping to stabilize their finances in a quickly industrializing world. Not all ventures succeeded, but they revealed a quiet determination to adapt. And then there were the marriages. As fortunes shrank, alliances with wealthy American families became more common. Young women from newly rich industrial dynasties crossed the Atlantic to marry British lords whose titles were ancient but whose bank accounts had grown thin. These brides, often called dollar princesses, symbolized a blending of old-world prestige with new-world wealth, reshaping the social landscape of high society. Their dowries helped maintain historic estates, while they, in turn, gained entry into Britain's elite circles. Even architecture reflected the values of the age. Many aristocrats built or remodeled their homes in the Gothic Revival style, creating country houses that felt both medieval and modern, steeped in tradition yet shaped by Victorian imagination. These houses became physical reminders of the heritage they hoped to preserve. But as the century drew to a close, the upper class found that their world was no longer as exclusive as it once was. Industrial magnates, people who built fortunes from coal, steel, banking, and shipping, began entering the House of Lords, earning titles or purchasing grand estates. The boundary between old aristocracy and new wealth grew more porous. Younger sons who once would have inherited comfortable roles within the estate increasingly sought work in the colonies or opened their homes to paying guests during financially difficult times. Still, despite these pressures, the aristocracy remained a powerful and visible force. Their customs shaped national identity, influencing how Britain imagined itself. Their social gatherings set trends in fashion, music, and etiquette. Their patronage supported artists from poets like Alfred Tennyson to painters like John Everett Millais, helping to define the culture of the age. By 1900, the great families still owned a substantial portion of Britain's land. Nearly a quarter of England remained in aristocratic hands. Their influence, though somewhat diminished, continued to shape the countryside, politics, and cultural life.
Chapter 5. How the Middle Class Rose to Prominence. If there was one group that quietly reshaped Victorian England from the inside out, it was the middle class. Not with crowns or inherited titles, but with habits, values, and daily routines that slowly became the moral heartbeat of the age. This was the class that believed deeply in temperance, hard work, punctuality, and the idea that life could be improved through discipline and self-control. In many ways, they saw themselves as guardians of order in a rapidly changing world. The Victorian middle class was far from uniform. At one end were the haute bourgeois, wealthy factory owners, industrialists, and bankers whose fortunes sometimes rivaled those of the aristocracy.
They built grand townhouses, invested in railways and banks, and moved comfortably in elite circles. At the other end were the shabby genteel, clerks, junior professionals, and shop assistants who earned modest incomes but struggled to maintain the appearance of respectability. For them, a clean coat, polished shoes, and proper manners mattered as much as money itself. What united these groups was an intense concern with respectability. In Victorian England, respectability functioned almost like a social currency. It was earned through church attendance, adherence to strict etiquette, moral behavior, and the careful display of status through possessions. A piano in the living room, a well-set dining table, or a neatly furnished parlor quietly announced that a family belonged. Middle-class households became the primary consumers of industrial goods, from mass-produced furniture and creamware china to gas lighting and upholstered chairs, helping fuel Britain's expanding domestic economy. As the century progressed, the middle class grew dramatically. Sometimes called the bourgeoisie or simply the respectable classes, they filled the expanding roles created by industrial and administrative growth. These were people working in commerce, law, medicine, education, engineering, and the civil service. Towns and cities became populated with clerks, school teachers, chemists, surveyors, and shopkeepers. Many served as supervisors in factories or managers in offices, while others founded joint stock companies and local banks that supported industrial expansion. Professionalization became a great middle-class achievement of the era. Medicine, law, and engineering were no longer loosely regulated callings, but increasingly formal professions. Doctors earned university degrees and were regulated under the Medical Act of 1858, which established the General Medical Council. Engineers formed professional bodies like the Institution of Civil Engineers, chartered in 1828, while accountants developed standardized credentials. These developments created clear pathways for advancement based on education and expertise rather than birth. Middle-class homes reflected both comfort and aspiration. They were more secure than working-class dwellings but lacked aristocratic luxury. Families filled their houses with affordable but stylish goods purchased from the new department stores and mail-order catalogs that emerged to serve them. Companies such as Wilson's of Leeds and G.F. Allen made decorative objects and novelties widely accessible. Clothing also carried symbolic weight. Crinolines for wives and pocket watches for husbands subtly signaled order, refinement, and success. Education held a central place in middle-class life. Grammar schools and newly reformed public schools prepared sons for professional careers, while opportunities for women slowly expanded through institutions such as Bedford College in London and Cheltenham Ladies' College. The push for compulsory schooling, culminating in the Education Act of 1870, reflected middle-class beliefs in literacy, discipline, and social improvement. Education was not just practical, it was moral, a way of shaping character as much as intellect. Leisure, too, took on a distinctly middle-class character. Reading books and newspapers became daily rituals. Concerts, lectures, and public talks were popular forms of entertainment. The spread of railways made seaside holidays possible, especially after Saturday half-holidays became more common by the 1870s. These brief escapes to the coast offered rest without indulgence, reinforcing the ideal of wholesome recreation. Politically, the middle class was diverse and sometimes divided. Many aligned themselves with liberalism, free trade, and reform movements, playing key roles in campaigns to expand the voting franchise and improve working conditions in factories. Others were drawn to conservative ideas, such as Disraeli's Tory democracy, which blended social concern with patriotism and imperial pride. Middle-class enthusiasm for empire was especially visible during conflicts like the Boer War. Women of the middle class occupied a complex position. Excluded from formal politics and most universities, they nevertheless exercised influence through philanthropy, education, and social reform. They founded schools, managed charities, and organized missions aimed at improving the lives of the poor. Yet even as they shaped public life in quiet ways, their access to formal power remained limited, a tension that would later fuel movements for women's rights. The pressure to remain respectable had its darker side. Anxieties about status and moral failure created a booming market for self-improvement literature and etiquette manuals, such as Samuel Smiles' Self-Help. Temperance societies and missionary organizations flourished, often driven by middle-class fears that disorder among the poor might threaten social stability. Meanwhile, lower-middle-class clerks and shopkeepers adopted the habits and aspirations of their social betters, gradually blurring the boundaries between classes. By the end of the Victorian era, the middle class had become Britain's economic engine, moral compass, and administrative backbone. They stood between the old aristocracy and the industrial working masses, translating tradition into professionalism and custom into civic duty. In doing so, they laid the foundations of modern British society, shaping ideas of work, respectability, and public life that still echo quietly today.
Chapter 6. Everyday Struggles of the Working Class. It helps to imagine the Victorian world from the ground up, from the lives of the many rather than the few. Most Victorians belonged to the working class, and their days were shaped not by leisure or choice, but by necessity. Their lives followed the steady, often unforgiving rhythms of industrial labor, seasonal work, and the uncertain promise of wages that were just enough to survive, and sometimes not even that. During the 19th century, Britain underwent one of the greatest population shifts in its history. Millions left rural villages and farming communities, drawn toward expanding industrial cities in search of work. This movement created a new urban working class, often called the proletariat, concentrated in factory towns, mining districts, docklands, and crowded inner cities. The countryside emptied as cities swelled, and with that change came new hardships as well as new forms of community. Daily life for working-class families was demanding and precarious. Long hours were the norm. A typical working day could stretch to 12 hours or more, 6 days a week, and this applied not only to men, but also to women and children. Factories, mines, and docks imposed strict discipline, and accidents were common. Coal miners faced collapses and explosions. Textile workers risked losing fingers or limbs to machinery, and sailors endured dangerous voyages with little security. Pay was low, and missing even a few days of work due to illness could push a family into crisis. Housing conditions reflected this insecurity. Many working-class families lived in cramped tenements or back-to-back houses, often with several families sharing the same building. In some cases, a dozen people might share a single kitchen. Sanitation was poor. Privies emptied into open alleys, clean water was scarce, and waste accumulated quickly. Under these conditions, disease spread easily. Cholera and typhoid outbreaks were recurring features of early Victorian cities, only gradually brought under control through mid-century public health reforms. In the public imagination, the working poor were divided into moral categories. Victorians often spoke of the deserving poor, those who were willing to work but prevented by illness, injury, or economic downturns, and the undeserving poor, who were seen as idle, immoral, or criminal. This distinction shaped government policy and justified the harshness of the workhouse system. Workhouses were intentionally austere, designed to deter those deemed undeserving by making life inside as unpleasant as possible. Despite these pressures, working-class life was not defined solely by hardship. Many skilled laborers, such as carpenters or blacksmiths, managed to keep their families just above starvation.
Others, especially unskilled or seasonal workers, moved repeatedly in and out of poverty. In places like early Victorian London, districts such as Whitechapel were filled with lodging houses where hundreds of newcomers paid nightly for a place to sleep, never certain of tomorrow. Religion offered comfort and structure. Churches and chapels were central to working-class neighborhoods. Methodist and Pentecostal groups ran Sunday schools, mutual aid societies, and charitable programs that provided not only spiritual guidance but practical help. These institutions offered a sense of dignity and belonging in lives often marked by instability. Political awareness also grew slowly but steadily. Movements such as Chartism found support among skilled workers and factory foremen, calling for political reform and greater representation. Later in the century, trade unions became more organized, particularly in mining towns and railway centers. By 1868, the formation of the Trades Union Congress brought many of these groups together on a national level, giving workers a collective voice that had previously been absent. Education began to reach working-class children as well. The Education Act of 1870 introduced free board schools, and by the 1880s, basic elementary schooling was increasingly expected. Child labor did not disappear overnight, but its worst excesses were reduced, allowing more children at least some time for learning rather than constant work. At home, families found ways to survive through ingenuity and cooperation. Cottage industries such as sewing, cobbling, or taking in laundry supplemented meager wages. Meals were simple and often repetitive. Bread and tea, heavily sweetened, were staples. Salted pork, oatmeal porridge, or fish and chips provided basic nourishment. Desserts were rare, perhaps a suet pudding or a jam tart, with occasional treats like a Christmas goose when money allowed. For the poorest, accounts described children and orphans surviving on little more than soup and hard ship's biscuit. Culture flourished even in difficult conditions. Mucky halls became a defining feature of Victorian working-class life, offering affordable entertainment and communal release. Cockney songs, bawdy humor, and popular performers such as Dan Leno filled halls on Friday nights. Local fetes brought games, dancing, and fairground attractions to neighborhoods. Football, often played on Sundays, despite being illegal at first, grew popular among young men in industrial cities during the 1860s. Some reformers tried to improve conditions. Philanthropists, including Quakers and social reformers, pushed for better housing, sanitation, and labor laws. A few employers experimented with model villages such as Bourneville and Saltaire, offering cleaner housing and green spaces, though these were rare exceptions. Gradually, legislation such as the Factory Acts, Mine Acts, and sanitary laws reduced the worst abuses of industrial life. By 1901, British workers were still far from affluent. Poverty had not vanished, and inequality remained stark. Yet something important had changed. Workers had gained rights, education, and an emerging sense of shared identity. The Victorian working class had endured grinding hardship, but they had also built communities, cultures, and movements that would shape the political and social struggles of the 20th century. In their resilience, their labor, and their quiet determination, the working class carried much of Britain's prosperity on their shoulders, even as they dreamed, slowly and steadily, of a fairer future.
Part 3. The Big Changes in Industry and City Life. Chapter 7. The Wild Rush of Railway Building. It is worth imagining a country learning how to move at an entirely new speed. Few technologies transformed Britain as deeply as the railway.
More than a convenience, the spread of iron rails reshaped the land itself, altered how people understood time, and quietly rewired the rhythms of everyday life. This moment of intense excitement and speculation became known as the railway mania of the 1840s, and its effects reached far beyond finance or engineering. During these years, railways expanded at an astonishing pace. Investors, engineers, and politicians all believed that iron tracks were the future, and speculation spread rapidly. By 1845, dozens of new railway companies were being chartered each month, and enthusiasm bordered on obsession. Across Britain, landscapes that had remained unchanged for centuries were suddenly cut open. Hills were carved into massive earthworks, valleys spanned by soaring viaducts, and long tunnels driven through solid rock. Ancient footpaths, farms, and village boundaries were disrupted as the country was quite literally reshaped in iron and stone. Between 1830 and 1870, Britain laid more than 13,000 miles of railway track, stitching together towns, cities, ports, and industrial centers. Some of the era's most iconic structures were born from this expansion. London's Paddington Station opened in 1838, and King's Cross, completed in 1852, stood as monuments to Victorian confidence, crowned with vast train sheds that seemed to celebrate space, light, and motion itself. Yet the frenzy carried risks. In 1846, the speculative bubble burst when many new lines failed to generate the profits investors had been promised. Share prices collapsed, triggering a financial panic that ruined fortunes large and small. Still, the railways did not disappear. Instead, surviving companies merged and consolidated. Over time, a handful of powerful firms such as the Great Western, the London and North Western, and the Midland Railway came to dominate Britain's rail network, ensuring its continued growth and stability. Beyond finance and engineering, railways quietly transformed something even more fundamental: time itself. Before the age of trains, each town kept its own local time based on the sun's position. Noon in one city might differ for several minutes from noon in another. This worked well enough when travel was slow, but railways made such differences impractical. Trains demanded precise schedules, and schedules required shared time. Gradually, Greenwich Mean Time became the standard. By 1847, GMT was formally adopted across Britain, effectively erasing local temporal differences and synchronizing the nation's daily life. Railways also changed who could travel and why. Cheap third-class tickets opened mobility to people who had rarely ventured far from home. Artisans and laborers could now take weekend trips, especially to the seaside. Resorts such as Blackpool and Brighton flourished as rail access turned them into destinations for rest, fresh air, and modest pleasure. For many working families, this was their first experience of leisure travel, and it subtly reshaped expectations of life beyond labor. Communication sped up as well. By the 1850s, railway post trains carried letters across the country at remarkable speed. A message sent from London could reach Manchester the same day, shrinking not only distances but emotional separations between people. Journeys that once took days or even weeks by horse-drawn coach were reduced to a matter of hours. Britain began to feel smaller, more connected, and more immediate. This new speed affected the Victorian imagination. Railways appeared in novels, poems, songs, and everyday conversation. Writers such as Charles Dickens captured both awe and unease at the sight of locomotives roaring into quiet stations, symbols of progress that also hinted at danger and disruption. At the same time, trains quickly became ordinary, woven into daily routines of commuting, shipping goods, and visiting relatives. Industrially, the railways were transformative. They enabled the mass movement of raw materials, carrying Welsh coal to factories and American cotton to Lancashire mills with unprecedented efficiency. People, too, moved more freely. Workers relocated for jobs, commuted longer distances, and reshaped cities in ways that had never been possible before. Despite occasional accidents and early fears, rail travel proved safer than many older forms of transport. As competition increased, companies introduced innovations such as restaurant cars and sleeping compartments, making long journeys more comfortable. Engineers continuously improved locomotives and track design, and by the 1890s, Britain boasted some of the fastest trains in the world. By the end of the Victorian era, the railway had become more than a machine. It was a shared framework around which society organized itself. Train timetables structured daily life, smoking compartments defined social habits, and stations became gateways between private lives and public worlds. The railway mania of the 1840s, for all its excesses and risks, permanently bound Britain together. As the country settled into this new rhythm, Britain emerged as a thoroughly connected island, unified economically, socially, and culturally by iron rails. In the quiet hours of the night, it is easy to forget how revolutionary this change was, but the modern world, with its shared time and swift movement, still rests gently on the tracks laid by Victorian ambition.
Chapter 8: The Story of the Failed Atmospheric Railway. As the Victorian age raced forward on iron rails and clouds of steam, not every bold idea reached its destination. Some innovations, though dazzling in concept, quietly revealed the limits of the technology of their time. One of the most memorable examples is the atmospheric railway, a project filled with ambition, ingenuity, and hope, yet destined to become one of the era's most instructive failures. In the late 1840s, engineers across Britain were still experimenting with how trains might move. Steam locomotives were powerful, but they struggled on steep gradients, consumed large amounts of fuel, and filled stations with smoke. Into this moment stepped the celebrated engineer Isambard Kingdom Brunel, a man known for thinking far beyond convention. Brunel championed a radical idea. What if trains did not carry their engines at all? The atmospheric railway proposed a system driven by air pressure rather than steam. Between the rails ran a long iron pipe. Inside it was a piston connected to the train above. Stationary steam engines placed along the route pumped air out of the pipe, creating a vacuum. With the air removed ahead of the piston, atmospheric pressure behind it pushed the train forward, silently and smoothly. On paper, the idea seemed elegant and modern, almost futuristic. Brunel put this vision into practice on the South Devon Railway between Exeter and Newton Abbot, beginning in 1847. The goal was to overcome the steep hills without relying on heavy locomotives. At first, the results were impressive. On clear days, atmospheric trains reached speeds of up to 70 miles per hour, astonishing observers and fueling optimism that a new era of railway travel had arrived. But beneath the early success, problems quietly accumulated. The system depended on leather flaps that sealed the slot above the vacuum pipe. These flaps were lubricated with tallow and animal fat to keep them flexible and airtight. In summer heat, the tallow melted, leaving the seals loose and ineffective. In winter frost, the leather stiffened, cracked, and tore. Rain, cold, and heat all worked against the delicate materials on which the entire system depended. Nature added its own complications. Rats and mice, attracted by the smell of tallow, gnawed through the leather valves, breaking the vacuum and halting trains without warning. Each breach required careful, costly repairs.
Maintaining a continuous vacuum along miles of exposed pipe proved far more expensive and fragile than Brunel had anticipated. Engine houses multiplied, maintenance costs soared, and financial losses mounted rapidly. By September 1848, Brunel was forced to concede defeat. The South Devon atmospheric line was abandoned after less than 2 years of operation, leaving behind a lesson written in iron, leather, and unmet expectations. What had promised to be a triumph of clean, efficient motion became a cautionary tale of ambition running ahead of material science. Brunel's experiment was not alone. Similar atmospheric systems had appeared elsewhere. Ireland's Dalkey Line tested the idea in 1844, and the London-Croydon Railway followed in 1846, both with limited success. Even France joined the experiment, using atmospheric propulsion on the Paris-Saint-Germain line from 1860 until 1867. In every case, the outcome was the same. The enormous expense of building engine houses combined with constant maintenance and unreliable seals made the system impractical. By 1860, all British atmospheric railways were converted back to conventional steam locomotives, and the French experiment soon ended as well. In a quiet way, the failure of the atmospheric railway strengthened the very technology it sought to replace. Steam engines grew more powerful, tracks became safer, and gradients that once seemed insurmountable were gradually conquered. The problems that atmospheric propulsion was meant to solve faded as locomotive engineering improved. Much later, in the late 20th century, the basic principle would return in new forms. Pneumatic systems now quietly move airport shuttles and industrial transport lines. But for the Victorians, the lesson was clear. Some ideas, however beautiful, must wait for materials and methods that do not yet exist. Today, Brunel's atmospheric railway remains a celebrated curiosity, a reminder that progress is not a straight line. It speaks of a time when engineers dared greatly, learned publicly, and accepted failure as part of discovery. As the night deepens, it is comforting to remember that even the paths that led to nowhere still helped shape the journey forward, leaving behind wisdom as valuable as success itself.
Chapter 9. How Communication Changed Forever. As the Victorian world grew quieter at night, something remarkable was happening beneath the surface of daily life. For the first time in human history, information was beginning to move faster than people. Messages no longer had to wait for ships, horses, or trains. They could travel almost instantly, carried by electricity, transforming how societies governed, traded, loved, and remembered one another. This quiet revolution began with the electric telegraph. In Victorian Britain, the telegraph severed the ancient link between communication and physical travel. A message no longer moved at the speed of a carriage or a sailing ship. Instead, it raced along wires in moments. Governments could issue orders across the country in real time. Military commanders could coordinate movements without waiting weeks. Merchants and bankers could respond immediately to changing prices and distant events. By the 1850s, telegraph lines stretched across Britain, often following railway routes and rising on wooden poles between towns. By 1855, nearly every sizable town had a telegraph office, quietly humming with electrical signals. News, once delayed by distance, now arrived fresh. London's evening newspapers could print reports of parliamentary debates that had taken place only hours earlier, creating a new sense of immediacy in public life. The reach of this technology soon extended far beyond Britain's shores. Engineers turned their attention to the oceans, laying cables beneath the sea to link continents. The first transatlantic cable, attempted in 1858, functioned briefly before failing, a reminder that even bold ideas needed time to mature. But in 1866, a durable cable finally succeeded.
For the first time, messages between Europe and North America could travel in under an hour rather than weeks. The world suddenly felt smaller, closer, and more tightly bound together. British dominance in global communications expanded rapidly. In 1872, John Pender founded the Eastern Telegraph Company, which went on to control vast stretches of undersea cable linking Britain to India, the Mediterranean, and across the Atlantic. Through this network, a British captain in Calcutta could send a message to London within a day, a speed unimaginable only decades earlier when sailing ships ruled the seas. At the same time, personal communication was being quietly democratized. Postal reform transformed letter writing from a luxury into a daily habit. The introduction of the uniform penny post in 1840, symbolized by the penny black stamp, made sending a letter affordable for ordinary people. No longer did cost limit correspondence to the wealthy. Families separated by work, migration, or empire could remain emotionally close through regular letters. The postal system continued to expand throughout the century. Innovations such as the halfpenny newspaper rate and the parcel post of 1883 made printed materials and goods easier to share. Letter writing flourished, strengthening family bonds across Britain and throughout the empire. This explosion of correspondence also encouraged literacy, as reading and writing became essential skills rather than rare accomplishments. The electrical age even entered the home. In 1876, Alexander Graham Bell patented the telephone. Within a decade, telephone exchanges were operating in London and other major cities. By 1900, thousands of Londoners could speak directly to one another over wires, hearing familiar voices carried through space. Though the system was still limited and expensive, it offered a glimpse of a future shaped by instant conversation. All of this reshaped how Victorians experienced time and distance. A letter to India that once took months could arrive in under a month by the end of the century. Telegraph messages crossed oceans in minutes. Information moved so quickly that it not only united the empire, but also spread ideas and unrest, including nationalist movements that challenged imperial authority. Yet, above all, the Victorian communication revolution wove the world together more tightly than ever before. Britain stood at the center of this growing network, a hub of wires, cables, letters, and printed words. In the quiet of the night, it's striking to realize how these gentle advances, tapping softly through telegraph keys and rustling in envelopes, anticipated the instant information world of the 20th century and even our own.
Chapter 10. The Great Stink and the Push for Cleaner Cities. As the Victorian city settled into evening, there was a time when the air itself seemed to rebel. By the middle of the 19th century, London had grown faster than its foundations could support. Streets multiplied, factories roared, and people crowded ever closer together. But beneath all this activity, the basic systems of life had been left behind. Waste, water, and health were dangerously out of balance, and nowhere was this more evident than along the banks of the River Thames. For centuries, Londoners had treated the Thames as a convenient dumping ground. Household waste, industrial runoff, and untreated sewage all flowed directly into the river. As the population exploded during industrialization, the volume of filth increased beyond anything the city had known before. By the 1850s, the Thames had effectively become an open sewer winding through the heart of the capital. The crisis reached its breaking point in the summer of 1858. An unusually hot season intensified the smell rising from the river, turning it into something overwhelming. The stench seeped into streets, homes, and even the chambers of Parliament itself. Members reportedly soaked curtains in disinfectant and struggled to conduct debates as the odor filled the air.
This moment became known simply as the Great Stink, and it forced the city to confront what it had long ignored. Behind the foul smell lay a deeper danger. London, like many Victorian cities, was repeatedly struck by cholera. Major outbreaks in 1832, 1848, and 1854 had killed tens of thousands. At the time, most people believed these diseases were caused by miasma, or bad air. It was an understandable assumption in a city where the smell alone felt deadly. Yet one physician began to see the problem differently. During the 1854 cholera outbreak, Dr. John Snow carefully traced cases in a Soho neighborhood to a single contaminated water pump on Broad Street. His work demonstrated that cholera spread through polluted water, not poisonous air. Though his findings were initially resisted, they planted a crucial seed in public understanding. Disease followed sewage. Still, knowledge alone did not bring action. It took the Great Stink to push Parliament into decisive movement. Faced with the undeniable evidence of failure, the government finally committed to a solution on a massive scale. The task fell to civil engineer Joseph Bazalgette, who was commissioned to redesign London's entire sewage system. Bazalgette's plan was both ambitious and elegant. He designed vast brick interceptor sewers that ran alongside the Thames, capturing waste before it reached the river and carrying it downstream, away from the city's drinking water. Construction began swiftly, and by 1865 much of the network was complete. These tunnels, hidden beneath streets and embankments, were engineering marvels of their age. The impact was profound. As clean water and effective sewage disposal took hold, deaths from cholera and typhoid began to decline steadily by the 1870s. Bazalgette's work likely saved more lives than any single medical treatment of the century, not by curing disease, but by preventing it altogether. London's river slowly recovered, and the city learned that health depended as much on infrastructure as on doctors. This transformation did not stop at the capital. Across Britain, the government began to take public health seriously. The Public Health Act of 1875 brought many reforms together under one framework. Local authorities were required to provide clean drinking water, proper drainage, refuse collection, and street lighting. New homes had to include basic washing facilities, reflecting a growing belief that cleanliness was a shared civic responsibility. Water supply schemes expanded as well. Cities such as Birmingham and Liverpool built vast reservoirs in the countryside during the 1870s, bringing fresh water from distant, unpolluted sources. Slum clearance became a municipal duty, and vaccination against smallpox was made compulsory for infants as early as 1853, further reducing the spread of deadly disease. Food safety also entered public awareness. The Bradford beer scandal of 1900, in which arsenic contaminated sugar poisoned thousands through ale, shocked the nation and led directly to stricter food testing and regulation. Hygiene was no longer a private matter, it was a public concern. As these reforms took root, their influence spread beyond Britain. Victorian engineers and administrators carried sanitary ideas throughout the empire. Sewer systems were built in cities such as Bombay and Singapore, extending the belief that public health infrastructure was essential to modern governance. By 1900, Britain had undergone a quiet but remarkable transformation. A society that once tolerated filth as unavoidable had come to see cleanliness as a civic virtue. Streets were lit, water was cleaner, hospitals expanded, and disease retreated. This shift laid the groundwork for later welfare policies and the 20th century expectation that governments should safeguard basic health standards. The story of the Great Stink reminds us that progress is sometimes born from discomfort. Out of unbearable air came fresh water, and from crisis emerged a new understanding of collective responsibility. In that sense, the sewers beneath Victorian streets carried more than waste. They carried the beginnings of a healthier modern world.
Part 4. Inside the Home. Rules and Daily Manners. Chapter 11. The Strict Order Among Household Servants.
As the lamps dimmed in Victorian drawing rooms and families settled into their evenings, another world continued to move quietly beneath their feet. Behind every respectable household lay an unseen structure of labor, order, and discipline. The Victorian home was not only a place of family life, but a miniature reflection of the wider class system, carefully organized and firmly enforced. This was the world known as below stairs. Within this hidden domain, hierarchy mattered deeply. Servants did not simply work together, they occupied clearly defined ranks that shaped every aspect of daily life, from who gave orders to who washed dishes, from where one sat at meals to who one was permitted to speak to. At the very top of this internal order stood two powerful figures, the butler and the housekeeper. The butler was the highest-ranking male servant, responsible for managing the male staff, overseeing the wine cellar, guarding the family's silver, and maintaining the smooth operation of formal life. Alongside him stood the housekeeper, the senior female authority, in charge of linens, provisions, and the supervision of all female servants. Both were addressed as Mr. or Mrs., regardless of whether they were married, a mark of status and respect that set them apart from those below. Directly beneath them were the upper servants who attended personally to the family's bodies rather than the house itself. The valet dressed, groomed, and assisted the master of the house, while the lady's maid performed the same intimate duties for the mistress. These roles required trust, discretion, and refinement, and they offered a degree of privilege within the servant world, even as they demanded constant availability. Lower down the hierarchy were the footmen, housemaids, and kitchen staff. Footmen, often chosen for their height and appearance, served meals, opened doors, and accompanied the family in public, wearing livery that marked them as symbols of household prestige. Housemaids cleaned rooms, carried water, and lit fires, while kitchen maids assisted with food preparation and heavy cleaning. At the very bottom stood the scullery maid, often a young girl, responsible for the dirtiest and most exhausting work. She washed endless dishes, scrubbed floors, and tended kitchen fires, usually out of sight of the family and rarely acknowledged. Her position defined the lowest rung of domestic life, and her isolation reflected the rigid boundaries that structured service. This hierarchy determined everything. It dictated seating in the servants' hall, sleeping arrangements in attic quarters, and even the tone of conversation. Speaking out of turn or above one's station could invite reprimand or dismissal. Order was maintained not only through rules, but through custom and constant observation. The scale of domestic service varied widely. A modest middle-class household might employ only a cook and a single maid, both working long hours and juggling multiple roles. In contrast, a prosperous townhouse or country estate could employ a dozen servants or more. Alongside indoor staff were outdoor workers, such as coachmen, grooms, gardeners, and stable hands, all essential to maintaining the family's lifestyle and public image. Servants lived within the household year-round.
Their days began before dawn, lighting fires, preparing rooms, and setting meals in motion. They slept in cramped quarters, ate simple food, and followed strict codes of behavior. Sundays offered brief relief, with limited leisure and a chance to socialize, but otherwise servants were expected to remain discreet, obedient, and largely invisible. Wages were modest. A cook might earn 10 to 20 pounds a year, while maids earned less, though food and lodging were provided. For many rural women, domestic service offered an escape from agricultural poverty. Census records from 1851 showed that over 1 million female domestic servants lived and worked in England and Wales, making service one of the largest forms of employment for women. This world did not go unnoticed by Victorian writers. Novelists such as Charles Dickens often drew attention to the exhaustion and vulnerability of maidservants, while other works reflected the awe inspired by large household staffs. Through literature, the hidden labor of servants quietly entered public consciousness. Toward the end of the century, change began to stir. By the 1990s, some middle-class wives started learning household management themselves, reducing dependence on large staffs. New technologies were on the horizon. Though vacuum cleaners and electric washing machines would not appear until the early 20th century, their promise hinted at a future where domestic labor might no longer need so many hands. Yet in 1901, servants remained essential to middle-class life. The hierarchy below stairs still stood firm, reinforcing Victorian social order. At the same time, it made possible everything above. Clean rooms, prepared meals, polished silver, and orderly households allowed professionals, merchants, and gentlemen to pursue careers, commerce, and public life.
Chapter 12. The Polite Rituals of Visiting Cards. As evening settled over Victorian streets and gas lamps flickered into life, social relationships followed a rhythm as carefully ordered as the ticking of a clock. In the upper and middle classes, one did not simply visit a friend or acquaintance. Social interaction unfolded through a delicate ritual known as calling, and at the heart of this ritual lay a small but powerful object, a calling card. A visiting card was more than a piece of paper. It was an introduction, a message, and a boundary all at once. When someone wished to call at a house, they did not knock and step inside. Instead, the card was handed to a servant at the door, often placed carefully on a silver salver and carried to the mistress of the house. Only after this quiet exchange would a visit be acknowledged, deferred, or declined. These cards carried meaning far beyond the name printed upon them. Most were modest in design, embossed with a person's name and sometimes an address, occasionally edged in gold or tinted softly with color. The wording itself followed strict rules. An unmarried woman appeared simply as Miss Name, while a married woman was identified as Mrs., followed by her husband's initials and surname. A black border signaled mourning, quietly informing all who received it of recent loss. Even the way a card was folded could speak without words. A folded corner conveyed a message understood by all who knew the code. One corner indicated that the visitor had come in person. Another offered congratulations. A different fold expressed condolence, while yet another signaled a farewell before a long journey. In this way, emotions that might have felt awkward to express aloud were communicated silently and with dignity. Timing mattered as much as form. Visits were made only during approved calling hours, usually in the late afternoon or evening.
If a hostess wished to receive a caller, she might return the card marked "At Home" for a specific day, extending an invitation without a single spoken sentence. Arriving without a card or at the wrong hour was considered impolite, a breach of the shared understanding that protected privacy and order. After admitted, the ritual continued. The visitor's card was acknowledged, often placed on a tray, and a return card from the host might be offered in exchange. This mutual presentation marked the visit as complete and courteous. Even small gestures were governed by convention. Cards were held upright, names facing upward. After the visit, the returned card was tucked discreetly into a pocket or reticule, signaling that the social exchange had reached its proper end. The absence of response could be as powerful as any gesture. If a lady chose not to return a call, the message was unmistakable. This act, known as cutting someone, quietly ended an acquaintance without confrontation. In a society that valued restraint, silence could carry devastating weight. Calling cards also shaped family life and courtship. Parents often managed their daughters' social worlds through these exchanges, noting which gentlemen's cards appeared at the door. Changes in cards could hint at life's transitions. A widow's card might revert from Mrs. to Miss, or a new married name might quietly replace the old. Formal invitations to balls or receptions were simply an elaborate extension of the calling card tradition. In an age before telephones, these small rectangles of paper performed an essential task. They allowed people to communicate intentions, maintain boundaries, and preserve dignity without intrusion. Nothing as casual as dropping by unannounced was acceptable. Order mattered, and the calling card provided it. Though it may seem overly formal today, the system reflected a deeper Victorian desire for structure and clarity. The calling card governed who could enter a drawing room, when conversation might occur, and how relationships were defined. It preserved privacy while reinforcing social hierarchies, all through quiet, precise gestures.
Chapter 13. How Dining Styles Evolved from French to Russian. As evening settled over a Victorian home and the lamps were softly lit, dinner was never just a meal. It was a carefully choreographed ritual, one that revealed taste, status, and self-control as clearly as words ever could. In the middle of the 19th century, the way people dined began to change in subtle but meaningful ways, reflecting a broader shift in how Victorians thought about order, elegance, and modern life. In the early Victorian years, formal dinners followed a style known as service à la française. Under this system, all the dishes for a course were placed on the table at once. Soups, meats, vegetables, and sauces appeared together in a grand display meant to impress the eye. The table looked abundant and theatrical, filled edge to edge with bowls, platters, and tureens. Yet this visual richness came with drawbacks. Hot food cooled quickly, and guests could only reach what was closest to them. Dining was as much about proximity as preference. By the 1860s, tastes began to change. A new style, service à la Russe, or Russian service, came into fashion. Instead of overwhelming the table all at once, dishes were served one by one in a deliberate sequence. Footmen carried each course from the sideboard or kitchen, presenting it neatly to each guest. Food arrived hot, portions were controlled, and the table itself could be decorated more elegantly, since it was no longer crowded with serving dishes. This approach required more servants, more cutlery, and greater coordination, turning the very act of dining into a quiet display of wealth and organization. A Victorian dinner evening began long before anyone sat down.
Guests arrived in the drawing room dressed formally for the occasion. Men wore black tailcoats, crisp shirts, and polished shoes, while women appeared in full evening gowns, often supported by hoop skirts. When all had assembled, a footman might strike a bell, signaling that dinner was ready. Only then did the company move to the dining room, following the hostess. The table itself was a study in precision. Starched white linen covered its surface. Fine china, reserved for special occasions, was laid carefully at each place. Crystal glasses and polished silver cutlery waited in neat alignment, one set for each course to come. At the center stood an elaborate arrangement, perhaps flowers or fruit displayed in an ornamental stand known as an épergne. Candles added warmth and reflected softly off glass and silver, creating an atmosphere of calm refinement. The meal unfolded slowly. It often began with soup or small delicacies such as oysters, followed by a fish course. Then came the main event, usually a roast, served with accompanying vegetables and sauces. Lighter courses followed, perhaps a salad or a sweet interlude, before the table was cleared entirely. Finally, dessert appeared, pastries, cakes, and fresh fruit presented on trays. Place cards indicated seating, and charge plates helped guide the rhythm of service. Throughout the evening, manners mattered deeply. Guests waited until everyone was served before beginning to eat. A gentleman held his knife in his right hand and his fork in his left, switching only briefly when cutting. Napkins rested quietly on laps, never tucked into collars. Elbows stayed off the table, voices remained low, and conversation avoided politics or personal scandal. When a guest had finished, a subtle movement of the plate signaled this to the servants. No one rose until the hostess herself stood, marking the meal's end. After dinner, the group separated along familiar lines. Men often withdrew to a smoking room or library, where brandy or cigars awaited. Women remained together in the drawing room, enjoying coffee or tea and quieter conversation. The evening continued, but the formal heart of it had passed. Children and servants remained largely invisible during these occasions. Young children usually ate earlier, away from the formal dining room. Servants moved efficiently and discreetly, serving from the side so as not to interrupt conversation. Their success was measured by how little attention they drew to themselves, and at week's end, gratuities acknowledged their careful labor. For Victorian families, such dinners carried deep meaning. Multiple courses, abundant cutlery, and flawless timing signaled prosperity and refinement. The ability to perform the ritual correctly mattered as much as the food itself. At the same time, this elegance highlighted sharp social contrasts. Working-class families often shared a single pot of stew at a plain wooden table, with no ceremony beyond the meal itself. In this way, the Victorian dinner mirrored the wider world outside the dining room. Every movement, every pause reinforced ideas of order, hierarchy, and restraint. As the night grew quieter and the candles burned low, the meal lingered not just as nourishment, but as a gentle performance, one that reflected how Victorians understood their place within a carefully arranged social universe.
Part 5. Facing Death in Everyday Life. Chapter 14. The Victorian Fascination with Death. In 19th century Britain, mortality was not hidden away in hospitals or institutions. It entered homes, parlors, and bedrooms, becoming an intimate and unavoidable presence in daily life. What later generations would call the Victorian cult of death grew naturally from this reality, shaped by high mortality rates and reinforced by the deeply public grief of Queen Victoria herself.
Death touched every family. Industrial accidents, infectious disease, and limited medical knowledge meant that few households escaped loss. Many parents expected to bury at least one child, sometimes several. Because death usually occurred at home, family members washed the body, prepared the room, and sat beside the deceased. Mourning was not distant or abstract. It was physical, emotional, and immediate. From this closeness emerged an elaborate culture of mourning. Grief followed strict social rules, transforming sorrow into something carefully expressed and publicly visible. When someone died, the entire household entered mourning, including servants. Clothing turned black, voices softened, and social activities paused. To ignore these customs was considered deeply disrespectful, a serious breach of moral order. An entire industry grew around this need to mourn properly. Shops sold black-edged stationery, mourning jewelry, fans, gloves, and clothing designed specifically for different stages of grief. Funerals became carefully orchestrated events. For the wealthy, they were grand spectacles, complete with horse-drawn hearses, black drapes, and long processions. In some cases, professional mourners were even hired to weep publicly, adding to the atmosphere of solemnity. These expectations carried a heavy cost. For poorer families, the pressure to avoid a pauper's funeral could lead to crushing debt. Even those with little money felt compelled to spend beyond their means, because being buried cheaply was seen as the ultimate indignity. In this way, death could burden the living long after the loss itself. As cities grew, burial practices changed. Overcrowded inner-city graveyards overflowed, prompting the creation of large suburban cemeteries in the mid-19th century. Known today as the Magnificent Seven, places like Highgate and Brompton were designed as landscaped memorial parks. These spaces combined nature, architecture, and memory. Gothic mausoleums, ornate statues, and elaborate family tombs turned cemeteries into places for reflection, almost like outdoor museums devoted to the departed. Funeral customs blended religious faith with the era's fascination with mortality. Among the wealthy, embalming became more common, allowing the body to lie in state for viewing. Coffins were covered with flowers and wreaths, and poems or Bible verses were printed on mourning paper. Even middle-class homes kept tangible reminders of the dead. Portrait miniatures, hair jewelry, and photographs of the deceased were cherished keepsakes. Many families kept albums that recorded both births and post-mortem images, preserving the full arc of life. This closeness to death also gave rise to spiritual curiosity. The Victorian fascination with spiritualism reflected a desire to soften loss and maintain connection. Seances, mediums, and attempts at spirit photography promised contact with those who had passed. Figures such as the Fox sisters attracted widespread attention. Whether believed or doubted, these practices revealed a deep longing for reassurance that death was not the final silence. Yet Victorians also respected the boundary between life and death. The grave was not something to be crossed lightly. Death masks captured peaceful expressions, but the departed were honored as memories, not reclaimed as presences. Queen Victoria herself expressed this balance after the death of Prince Albert, writing that she carried him always as a glorious memory, even though she could never touch him again. In art, literature, and daily ritual, death became a central theme. This was not mere obsession, but an attempt to impose meaning and dignity on an uncertain world. The Victorian engagement with mortality reflected both necessity and care.
In the face of frequent loss, they sought order, beauty, and comfort, transforming grief into something structured and shared. As the night deepens, the Victorian world reminds us that their rituals were born from love as much as fear. Surrounded by death, they chose to honor it with ceremony, memory, and quiet reflection, finding humanity even in life's most unchangeable certainty.
Chapter 15. The Proper Ways to Mourn a Loss. As the Victorian evening grew quiet, and lamps cast their soft glow across drawing rooms, grief followed rules as carefully observed as any social custom. In this world, mourning was not only felt, it was worn, timed, and publicly displayed. Clothing, colors, and conduct all signaled loss, allowing society to recognize sorrow at a glance and to respond with the appropriate distance, sympathy, or restraint. No one bore heavier expectations than a widow. Upon the death of her husband, she entered a long and demanding journey of mourning that typically lasted 2 years and sometimes a lifetime. The first stage, known as deep mourning, lasted a full year. During this time, she wore dull, non-reflective black bombazine covered with crepe, a crinkled matte silk that absorbed light rather than reflected it. A long, weeping veil often shadowed her face, and jewelry, if worn at all, was minimal and subdued. This was a visual declaration of profound loss and withdrawal from ordinary social life. After this period came second mourning. The heavy crepe could be removed, though black clothing remained. Only later did half mourning begin, allowing the gradual return of muted colors such as gray, lavender, or mauve. These shades were not a return to joy, but a gentle easing back into the world. Through these stages, society could instantly read where a woman stood in her grief and how socially available she was expected to be. Men's mourning was far less restrictive. A widower might mourn for 3 to 6 months, often marked simply by a black armband or a dark suit. This contrast reflected broader Victorian assumptions about gender and emotion. Women were expected to embody grief visibly and for longer, while men were permitted a quicker return to public life. Mourning rules extended beyond spouses. Parents mourning children or children mourning parents typically observed 6 to 12 months of black clothing, while more distant relatives, such as cousins or aunts, required only a few months of subdued dress. These carefully defined periods created a shared language of loss, one that removed uncertainty about how long grief should last and how it should appear. Queen Victoria herself set the most influential example. After the death of Prince Albert, she wore black and pearls for the remainder of her life and withdrew from many public duties for years. Her personal devotion shaped court etiquette and rippled outward into fashionable society. To mourn deeply was not only proper, it was virtuous. Class shaped how these rules were followed. Wealthier families could afford wardrobes of custom black clothing and accessories, changing garments as mourning progressed. Poorer women often adapted what they already owned, dyeing dresses darker or adding wide black sashes. The intention mattered as much as the expense. Etiquette reached into the smallest details of daily life. During mourning, households might use china edged in black. Calling cards and stationery bore black borders, silently announcing bereavement with every message sent or received. Newspapers and church notices framed obituaries in dark ink. Social calendars adjusted as well. Balls were postponed, operas delayed, and theater programs sometimes marked performances as being held in memory of the deceased. For many Victorians, these practices were not merely restrictive, they offered structure at a time of emotional chaos. Mourning became a way to demonstrate love, loyalty, and moral seriousness. Literature of the period often reflected this symbolism, using black clothing and quiet restraint to express inner sorrow. Yet not everyone followed the rules perfectly. Younger women sometimes returned to color sooner than etiquette prescribed, and toward the end of the century, fashions softened. Grief did not disappear, but its public display became less rigid. Still, for much of Queen Victoria's reign, mourning remained highly visible and prolonged. In the Victorian imagination, love and loss were inseparable. To mourn deeply was to prove that one had loved deeply. As night settles and the world grows still, these customs remind us of a time when grief was shared openly, carried on fabric and form, and gently woven into the rhythm of everyday life.
Chapter 16. Hair Keepsakes and Remembering Loved Ones. As the Victorian home grew quiet in the evening, remembrance often took a form that feels deeply personal, even intimate to modern eyes. In an age before photography was common or easily accessible, people searched for ways to keep their loved ones close in a tangible way. One of the most meaningful answers they found was hair. To the Victorians, hair held a special significance. It was one of the few parts of the human body that did not quickly decay. Long after flowers wilted and paper faded, hair endured. Because of this, it came to symbolize continuity, memory, and a quiet sense of immortality. A lock of hair could outlast a lifetime, making it an ideal material for remembrance. From this belief emerged the art of hair work. Strands of hair were carefully braided, woven, or curled into jewelry such as brooches, rings, bracelets, pendants, and watch fobs. These pieces were worn close to the body, resting against the skin, allowing the living to feel connected to those they had lost. What might seem unsettling today was, for the Victorians, an act of tenderness. Some hairwork pieces were simple, perhaps a neat braid set beneath glass. Others were astonishingly elaborate. Artisans created three-dimensional scenes entirely from woven hair, willow trees bending in grief, urns, crosses, or miniature tombs, all delicately arranged and sealed behind glass. These objects were not meant to shock, they were quiet visual poems, expressing loss without words. Hair jewelry was not limited to professional craftsmen. The practice became so widespread that women often learned to make it themselves. Pattern books were sold to guide home hairwork, turning it into a refined parlor activity. Sitting together in the evening, family members might weave strands of hair into keepsakes, creating a physical archive of relationships and generations. In this way, hairwork became both craft and memory, blending domestic skill with emotional care. Not all hair jewelry was made for mourning. Families and friends exchanged hair bracelets or necklaces while still alive, especially when separation was likely. Some pieces combined hair from several relatives, arranged into intricate curls that symbolized family trees or lifelong bonds. These objects marked connection as much as loss. Hairwork appealed for practical reasons. Unlike flowers, hair did not fade or carry scent. It could be dyed, shaped, and arranged into precise patterns, from geometric designs to floral forms. Jewelry makers advertised hairwork as the most personal of mementos, sometimes blending gray, brown, and blonde strands to create subtle color contrasts that told quiet stories of age, kinship, and shared life. Even Queen Victoria embraced this form of remembrance. She owned and cherished several rings made from Prince Albert's hair, wearing them long after his death. Her example reinforced the idea that holding on to hair was not morbid, but loving, an expression of enduring attachment. As the 19th century drew to a close, new technologies began to change how people remembered the dead.
Photography became more affordable and widespread, offering a direct visual likeness that gradually replaced hair work as the preferred keepsake. Even so, hair jewelry did not disappear overnight. It lingered as a deeply personal tradition, rooted in touch rather than image. Today, surviving examples can be found in museums, resting quietly in display cases. They may appear haunting, but they also speak of sincerity. These small objects embody a time when memory was something you could hold, wear, and feel against your skin. As the night settles and thoughts grow softer, Victorian hair jewelry reminds us of a universal human desire to keep those we love from slipping entirely into the past. In a single strand of hair, the Victorians found a way to let memory endure, patiently and gently, beyond the limits of time.
Chapter 17. The Tradition of Photos After Death. As the Victorian evening grew quiet and families gathered close to the fire, memory often took shape in new and unfamiliar ways. The 19th century was a time of rapid invention, and among its most powerful innovations was photography. When the daguerreotype was introduced in 1839, it arrived in a world marked by high mortality, especially among infants and young children. From this meeting of technology and loss emerged a practice that feels startling today, but deeply meaningful then: post-mortem photography. For many Victorian families, death came before the chance to preserve a likeness in life. Portrait photography was still expensive and uncommon, and children who died young often left no visual record at all. In these circumstances, a photograph taken after death became the only image a family would ever have of their child. Far from being viewed as strange or disturbing, these photographs were treasured as proof that the child had lived, been loved, and belonged. Photographers developed careful techniques to soften the final image. The deceased might be posed as though asleep, resting gently in bed or seated in a familiar chair. Hands were arranged calmly, faces composed, and favorite toys or objects placed nearby, especially for children. In some cases, eyes were carefully retouched on the finished print to appear faintly open, lending a sense of presence rather than absence. The intention was not deception, but comfort. These images were often small, card-sized portraits with a soft focus that gave them an almost dreamlike quality. Photographers advertised such sittings openly, describing them as a way to capture a cherished last repose. Families displayed the photographs in frames on mantels or placed them carefully into albums alongside images of living relatives. In doing so, they treated death not as a rupture, but as a continuation of family life and memory. To modern eyes, these photographs may appear unsettling, yet to Victorians they were acts of tenderness. Death was already a familiar visitor, often occurring at home, and mourning was woven into everyday experience. A post-mortem portrait validated grief, offering something solid and visible to hold on to when words failed. As the century progressed, the practice gradually faded. By the 1890s, photography became more accessible, and families increasingly commissioned portraits during life rather than after death. Cameras entered private homes, and studios expanded their services, allowing people to record milestones before loss occurred. Memory no longer had to wait for death to be fixed in an image. This period also overlapped with the rise of spiritualism. Some photographers claimed to capture spirits or ghostly presences on film, though most of these images were later dismissed as trickery. Even so, they reflected the same longing that fueled post-mortem photography,
a desire to bridge the silence left by death. Today, surviving post-mortem photographs stand as quiet, powerful artifacts. They are neither sensational nor casual. Instead, they reveal how Victorian families used new technology to navigate grief with dignity and care. In their stillness, these images speak of love, loss, and the human need to remember.
Part 6. Medicine, Health Tricks, and Fake Science. Chapter 18. The Era of Fake Medicines and Scams. Before modern medicine was regulated or reliably effective, illness was frightening. Pain was poorly understood, and doctors were often expensive, distant, or unable to help. Into this gap stepped a thriving marketplace of hope, persuasion, and illusion. This was the golden age of quackery. Victorian Britain was a time of genuine scientific discovery, yet medical knowledge lagged behind public need. Many treatments offered by trained physicians did little to cure disease, and some caused harm. Faced with cholera, chronic pain, nervous disorders, or lingering weakness, people searched elsewhere for relief. They turned to patent medicines, sold freely and aggressively in what was effectively a medical Wild West. Newspapers, posters, and pamphlets overflowed with advertisements promising miraculous results. Bottles and tins bore grand names designed to inspire trust and wonder. Remedies such as Dr. Bonker's celebrated Egyptian oil or Mac Mahan the Rattlesnake Oil King's liniment claimed to heal everything from joint pain to paralysis. These products promised speed, certainty, and hope in an era when real cures were rare. Behind the bold labels and dramatic language, the ingredients were often secret and dangerous. Many of these so-called cure-alls contained opium, cocaine, alcohol, arsenic, or chloroform. Some provided temporary relief by dulling pain or inducing calm, which convinced users they were working. One of the most popular medicines of the era, chlorodyne, widely used to treat cholera and coughs, was a potent mixture of cannabis, chloroform, and morphine. While it soothed symptoms, it also carried serious risks of addiction and overdose. This environment gave rise to a lasting cultural figure, the snake oil salesman. Traveling merchants, often charismatic and theatrical, sold liniments and tonics at fairs and street corners, blending performance with persuasion. Their success depended not only on what was in the bottle, but on storytelling, confidence, and the human desire to believe. Quackery was not limited to the poor or uneducated. Wealthy Victorians experimented eagerly with home remedies, diet schemes, and alternative health philosophies. Influenced by emerging ideas about nutrition and the body, they embraced treatments such as the water cure, which involved bathing in or drinking large quantities of water. These practices mixed genuine curiosity with speculation, blurring the line between science and belief. Spiritual approaches to healing also flourished. Mesmerism, sometimes called animal magnetism, suggested that invisible forces could influence health. Hypnotism followed, and in some cases doctors even used it during surgery before anesthesia became widespread. Table-turning seances and spiritual gatherings promised relief not only from grief, but from chronic illness, offering comfort when medicine could not. Faith healing played a role as well. Charismatic preachers and healers claimed that prayer and the laying on of hands could cure disease.
These practices appealed strongly to the evangelical spirit of the middle class, reinforcing the idea that illness was not only physical but moral or spiritual. By the middle of the century, change began to stir. Medical professionalism slowly gained ground, and the most dangerous excesses of quackery faced resistance. The Pharmacy Act of 1868 required apothecaries to register and mandated that poisons be clearly labeled, limiting some abuses. At the same time, public health movements and growing acceptance of germ theory, advanced by figures such as Pasteur and Koch, shifted attention towards prevention, sanitation, and evidence-based treatment. Universities expanded scientific education, and governments gradually accepted responsibility for public health, as seen in sanitation reforms and responses to epidemics. Trust in science grew, though skepticism of experts never entirely disappeared. Even in Queen Victoria's final decades, wonder cures and dubious treatments continued to circulate. The story of Victorian quackery is not simply one of deception. It reflects a transitional age, caught between fear and knowledge, hope and evidence. At its beginning, miracle cures ruled the marketplace. By its end, a more regulated and reasoned medical system was taking shape.
Chapter 19. Laudanum and Opium in Everyday Life.
As the Victorian evening settled in and households grew still, relief from pain and worry often came from a small bottle kept close at hand. In the 19th century, that bottle frequently contained laudanum, a tincture of opium dissolved in alcohol. To the Victorians, it was an ordinary comfort, used much as aspirin is today. It was cheap, legal, and widely available, sold not only by doctors but by grocers and chemists. Few homes were without it. Laudanum was taken for many reasons. It soothed headaches, eased coughing, calmed menstrual pain, settled diarrhea, and helped restless sleepers drift into rest. Doctors prescribed it freely, and many women kept a vial in the household medicine cabinet, reaching for it during moments of strain or illness. Even Queen Victoria herself was reputed to have used laudanum after childbirth, lending the drug an air of respectability and trust. Opium, in one form or another, was the most common drug of the Victorian age. On ships and frontiers, morphine, derived from opium, was administered liberally to wounded soldiers and suffering sailors. In drawing rooms and kitchens alike, laudanum became a quiet companion, easing both physical pain and emotional distress. Yet beneath its calming effects lay a serious danger. Unlike alcohol, opium crept into the body slowly and silently. Dependence could develop without warning. Someone who relied on a regular dose might grow anxious, restless, or ill if it was missed. Widows, invalids, and the chronically unwell often found themselves trapped by a remedy that had once seemed benign. The tragic consequences were felt among the working poor. Many working-class mothers were forced to leave their infants for long hours while they labored in factories or as domestic servants. With no child care and few alternatives, some turned to opiate-laced syrups to keep their babies quiet. Products such as Godfrey's Cordial and Mrs. Winslow's Soothing Syrup promised calm and sleep, but they carried devastating risks. Drugged infants often failed to eat, leading to starvation, or suffered fatal overdoses. This practice, grimly known as quieting, revealed how social hardship and medical ignorance could combine with deadly results. Opium's reach extended beyond the home. In cities such as London and Liverpool, opium dens appeared, influenced by Britain's trade connections with China. Addicts paid to smoke concentrated opium paste, retreating from daily life into brief, dangerous relief. The Empire's role was deeply entwined with this story. Much of Britain's opium was grown in India under state control, processed, and then sold both abroad and at home. While the Opium Wars with China reflected imperial trade conflicts, within Britain the more pressing issue was addiction and its quiet spread. By the late 1860s, concern finally turned into action. Reformers and medical professionals began to acknowledge the harm opium could cause. The Pharmacy Act of 1868 classified laudanum and morphine as poisons, requiring clearer labeling and a doctor's prescription. Charities established detoxification hospitals where addicts were slowly weaned off the drug through tapering doses and harsh treatments such as cold baths. Public opinion, however, remained divided. Some Victorians viewed addiction as a moral failing, a weakness of character. Others began to see it as a medical condition deserving care rather than condemnation. Despite growing awareness, laudanum did not disappear overnight. It remained in common use throughout Queen Victoria's reign, trusted by many, even as its dangers became clearer. Only in the early 20th century, after further legislation, did Britain finally curb the legal sale of opiates. By then, generations had lived with laudanum as both comfort and curse.
Chapter 20. The Made-Up Scare of Bicycle Face. As the Victorian century drew toward its close, a quiet revolution rolled into everyday life on two wheels. The arrival of the safety bicycle in the 1890s offered something genuinely new, especially for women: personal mobility. For the first time, many women could travel independently, under their own power, without waiting for a carriage, a chaperone, or a timetable. It was simple, affordable, and liberating. And for that very reason, it made some people deeply uneasy. In response to this sudden freedom, a strange medical fear took hold. Certain doctors and moral commentators began warning women about a supposed condition they called bicycle face. According to these claims, the physical strain of cycling would permanently alter a woman's appearance. They described clenched jaws, bulging eyes, tense expressions, and a pale or hollow complexion, as if the effort of balancing and pedaling would somehow mark the face forever. Presented in the language of medical authority, these warnings carried weight. Yet beneath the surface, bicycle face was not a genuine diagnosis. It was a classic moral panic, carefully dressed as science. The real concern was not health, but independence. The bicycle allowed women to move through public space unescorted, to choose their destinations, and to experience physical strength in their own bodies. To a conservative establishment accustomed to control and restraint, this was unsettling. The late Victorian bicycle craze only intensified these anxieties. Cycling clubs spread rapidly during the 1880s and 1890s, and middle-class women embraced the activity with enthusiasm. Women's rights campaigners openly celebrated the bicycle's impact. Susan Anthony B. famously praised it as a powerful tool of emancipation, noting how it gave women confidence, freedom, and a sense of self-reliance. Critics, however, fixated on appearance. They warned that wind and exertion would drain a lady's complexion, leaving dark circles and a strained look. Over time, bicycle face became a subject of satire and humor, but its origins revealed a deeper discomfort. For many observers, the bicycle symbolized women stepping beyond prescribed boundaries, and the supposed illness offered a convenient excuse to discourage them. The lived experience of cyclists told a very different story. In reality, regular exercise tended to improve health, posture, and energy.
Women who cycled often reported feeling stronger, more capable, and more at ease in their bodies. Far from damaging their appearance, cycling encouraged vitality and confidence. The bicycle also brought changes in clothing. To ride comfortably, women began abandoning restrictive corsets in favor of more practical attire. Blommers, shorter skirts, lace-up boots, and flexible fabrics became common for cycling. These choices were modest by modern standards, but radical at the time. They quietly laid the groundwork for sportswear and later fashion reform, showing that clothing could support movement rather than constrain it. As the years passed, the fears surrounding bicycle face quietly faded. No epidemic of distorted expressions appeared. By the Edwardian era, fashion silhouettes had shifted anyway, and the bicycle had become an accepted part of daily life. What once seemed threatening had simply become normal. In the end, the legacy of the bicycle was not pallor or strain, but independence. It played a meaningful role in the suffragette movement, expanded women's access to public space, and helped loosen long-standing social restrictions. The panic it inspired serves as a reminder of how new technologies often provoke fear when they challenge established norms.
Chapter 21: Railway Injuries and the Toll of Industry. Imagine the thrill of the 19th century's greatest miracle of motion. For the first time in human history, ordinary people could travel at astonishing speeds, rushing across the countryside at 30, even 50 miles per hour. To Victorian eyes and bodies, this was not merely fast, it was almost unnatural. And with that speed came a quiet fear that something unseen might be happening inside the human frame. Doctors of the era began to speak of a mysterious condition they called railway spine. It was believed that the constant tremors and microvibrations of train travel, combined with the sudden shock of accidents, could subtly damage the spinal cord. Unlike broken bones or visible wounds, this injury left no clear mark. Instead, sufferers described lingering exhaustion, headaches, nausea, weakness, paralysis, and emotional distress that refused to fade, even long after any obvious injuries had healed. Victorian society was deeply unsettled by this idea. After railway accidents, even minor ones, passengers sometimes found themselves changed in ways they could not easily explain. Their bodies felt fragile, their nerves unsteady, their confidence shaken. Some physicians, including the neurologist George Beard, argued that the spinal cord had been injured in ways medicine could not yet detect. Others were less sympathetic, dismissing these complaints as hysteria, nervousness, or even deliberate exaggeration for financial gain. By the 1870s, the debate had spilled far beyond the consulting room. Courtrooms filled with lawsuits against railway companies as injured passengers sought compensation for conditions they believed were permanent. These legal battles forced doctors, judges, and the public to confront a troubling question: could a modern machine harm the body without leaving visible evidence behind? Railway spine became a symbol of this uncertainty, sitting uneasily between physical injury and psychological suffering. At the time, there was no clear language for what we now recognize as concussion, whiplash, or post-traumatic stress, yet railway spine quietly anticipated all of them. While many of its symptoms would later be understood as responses to trauma rather than direct spinal damage, the Victorian conversation around the condition marked an early acknowledgement that shock itself could alter the human nervous system.
The impact was not purely theoretical. Railway companies, under pressure from public concern and legal responsibility, began redesigning train cars with improved suspension to reduce vibration. Compensation schemes slowly emerged, reflecting a growing acceptance that harm did not always announce itself through blood or broken bones. These changes hinted at a broader shift in thinking, one that recognized vulnerability as part of modern life. On a deeper cultural level, railway spine fed into a growing anxiety about progress. The train had transformed Britain, shrinking distances and accelerating commerce, yet it also seemed capable of leaving invisible scars on those who trusted it. The very symbol of modernity became a reminder that technological advancement could outpace human understanding. Part 7. The Hidden World of Poverty and Street Jobs.
Chapter 22. Inside the Harsh Workhouse System.
As the evening grows quieter, picture a shadow that stretched across 19th century Britain, one that lingered in the minds of the poor even when it was not physically present. That shadow was the workhouse. For many Victorians, it was not merely a building, but a warning, a place spoken of in hushed tones and feared more than prison itself. The workhouse system was formalized by the New Poor Law of 1834, a reform meant to reduce the cost of poor relief and discourage dependence on public assistance. The idea was blunt and uncompromising. Any able-bodied person who sought help from the state had to enter the workhouse, where conditions were intentionally designed to be worse than even the poorest form of independent living. Relief in this system came at the price of dignity. From the moment someone crossed the threshold, life changed completely. Personal belongings were surrendered, names were replaced by numbers, and dull, standardized uniforms erased any sense of individuality. Families who had endured hardship together were often separated upon entry. Men, women, boys, and girls were housed in different wards, sometimes unable to see one another for months or even years. For parents and children alike, this enforced separation was one of the cruelest aspects of workhouse life. Inside, the days followed a strict and unyielding routine. Bells marked the hours, prayers and roll calls structured the mornings and evenings. The able-bodied were assigned labor that was deliberately exhausting and often pointless, such as crushing stones or picking oakum, the tedious unraveling of old rope fibers. This work was not meant to teach skills or prepare inmates for employment. It was meant to remind them that survival came at a cost. The old, the infirm, and the sick were usually sent to separate infirmary wings, where care existed but was often minimal. Meals reflected the same philosophy of deterrence. Food was plain, repetitive, and barely sufficient. Breakfast might consist of thin porridge and bread. Dinner was often little more than watery broth and potatoes. Hunger was constant, and the monotony of meals reinforced the sense that the workhouse was not a place of comfort, but of correction. Rulebooks governed every detail of daily life, leaving little room for personal choice. Visits from family were rare, and leaving the workhouse, even temporarily, was tightly restricted. Although the Poor Law aimed for uniformity, conditions varied widely from parish to parish. Some workhouses were run with a degree of order and cleanliness, while others fell into neglect. Later investigations by reformers such as Thomas Barnardo and Joseph Rowntree, conducted after Queen Victoria's death, revealed shocking overcrowding and underfunding, especially in the industrial north. These reports confirmed what many had long suspected. For all its rules and intentions, the system often failed the very people it claimed to manage. There were small changes over time. By the 1870s, some workhouse infirmaries began admitting paying private patients as a way to generate income. Laws passed in 1871 and 1883 allowed local authorities to offer limited outdoor relief, providing assistance without requiring entry into the workhouse. Yet these exceptions were tightly controlled, and for most people, seeking help still meant crossing the dreaded threshold. Culturally, the workhouse became a powerful symbol of Victorian attitudes towards poverty. Writers such as Charles Dickens etched its image into the public imagination. In novels like Oliver Twist and Bleak House, the workhouse appeared as a place of cruelty, indifference, and moral judgment, shaping how generations would remember it. These stories did not exaggerate the fear. To many Victorians, entering a workhouse meant a lifetime stain on one's reputation. Even by 1900, the system remained largely intact. Queen Victoria herself contributed to related institutions, such as the Woking Convict Invalid Prison, which drew partly on workhouse infirmary practices. The blending of punishment and welfare reflected the era's belief that poverty was as much a moral failing as a social condition. True change would come only in the early 20th century, beginning with reforms like the introduction of old age pensions in 1908. In Victorian times, the message was unmistakable. Assistance would be provided only to the truly destitute or those unable to work, and even then it would be given sparingly and without comfort. The workhouse embodied a worldview that separated the poor from society while offering just enough shelter to sustain life. Today, as we look back in the quiet of reflection, the workhouse stands as a cautionary reminder. It shows how institutions can reflect fear as much as compassion, and how a society's response to poverty reveals its deepest values. In the stillness of history, the tall walls of the workhouse continue to whisper lessons about dignity, judgment, and the human cost of indifference.
Chapter 23. Prison Work on Treadmills and Cranks. Imagine stepping into the heavy stillness of a Victorian prison. These were places designed not only to confine the body, but to reshape the soul. In the 19th century, punishment was no longer seen purely as revenge or public spectacle. Increasingly, it was framed as a lesson, a discipline meant to correct moral failure through exhaustion, silence, and repetition. Victorian prisons made extensive use of what was known as hard labor, but not in the way modern ears might expect. Productivity was rarely the goal. Instead, labor was meant to wear down resistance and encourage reflection. One of the most infamous devices was the treadmill. This was not a modern exercise machine, but a massive rotating wheel fitted with narrow steps. Prisoners climbed endlessly, hour after hour, their movement powering nothing of value. Though officials sometimes claimed it ground flour or pumped water, in most cases it served no practical purpose at all. Its true function was fatigue. Equally relentless was the crank. Inside a small cell, a prisoner was required to turn a handle thousands of times a day. The resistance could be adjusted by the warder, who tightened or loosened the mechanism at will. From this power came the prison slang term screw, a name that captured both the tool and the authority behind it. The work was monotonous, invisible, and deliberately draining, a private struggle between inmate and machine. Other prisoners were assigned to pick oakum, unraveling old, tar-soaked ropes fiber by fiber. The work was slow and painful, often leaving fingers raw and bleeding. The reclaimed fibers were sold back to the Navy, a small economic return gained at a high human cost. Together, these tasks formed a system where effort was endless and reward was minimal. By the early 19th century, British prisons had already earned a reputation for filth and cruelty.
Reformers pushed for change, and by the middle of the century, a series of prison acts sought to standardize conditions. New prisons were built, uniforms issued, and routines strictly enforced. Silence became a central principle. At places like Pentonville Prison, which opened in 1842, inmates were kept apart from one another and forbidden to speak. Solitude, it was believed, would lead prisoners to confront their conscience and repent. Discipline extended beyond labor. Prisoners marched in rigid formation and lived by the clock. Those who resisted could be punished physically, including flogging with the cat of nine tails, a brutal reminder that older forms of punishment still lingered beneath the language of reform. Public executions also remained part of British justice until 1868, when hangings were finally moved behind prison walls. Victorian prisons held more than criminals. Debtors were imprisoned alongside thieves and fraudsters until 1869, when imprisonment for debt was abolished. This change reflected a growing recognition that financial failure was not always a moral crime. The closure of infamous institutions like the Fleet Prison and the Marshalsea in the 1860s marked the end of an era that had haunted writers such as Charles Dickens, whose works exposed the misery of debt imprisonment to a wide audience. Gradually, ideas about punishment began to shift. Over the course of the Victorian era, prisons became places not only of suffering but of cautious experimentation. Chaplains offered Bible instruction, and the first prison hospitals emerged as humanitarian concerns grew. In the 1860s, the mark system allowed inmates to reduce their sentences through good behavior, introducing the idea that reform could be measured and rewarded. Women and children were slowly separated from adult male prisoners, and juvenile offenders were sometimes sent to reform schools instead of prisons. Yet conditions remained harsh. Overcrowding was common in rapidly growing cities, and diseases like tuberculosis spread easily through cramped cells. Even as reforms took root, misery was never far away. There were moments of relief shaped by Victorian faith in order and design. The solitary cell model at Pentonville inspired early ideas about parole based on the belief that reflection in isolation could change character. At the same time, public fear of crime fueled by newspapers and popular novels kept pressure on authorities to maintain strict penalties. By the end of the 19th century, a quieter transformation was underway. Influenced by Enlightenment thinkers, a more humane vision of justice began to emerge. Probation and rehabilitation were no longer radical ideas, and the probation service would formally begin in 1907. The emphasis slowly shifted from pure deterrence towards the possibility of reintegration. Victorian prisons were places of deep contradiction. They combined relentless punishment with tentative compassion, mechanical cruelty with moral aspiration. In their shadowed corridors, suffering and reform coexisted uneasily. And as the century drew to a close, these institutions, harsh as they were, quietly laid the groundwork for a justice system that would one day look beyond punishment toward the hope of change.
Chapter 24. The Sewer Hunters known as Toshers. As London settled into darkness and the streets above grew quiet, another world slowly came alive below the pavement. Hidden beneath the lamps and cobblestones was a vast network of tunnels, carrying away the city's waste toward the river. It was there, in the damp echo of the sewers, that the Toshers made their living. Toshers were men and women who descended into London's sewer system at low tide, when the flow briefly receded and the tunnels became passable. Armed with little more than strong boots, a lantern, and a long hook, they searched through the sludge for objects washed down from the city above. Coins slipped from pockets, bits of silverware lost down drains, scraps of metal that could be sold for reuse.
What most people discarded or never noticed became, for the Tosher, a fragile opportunity. The work was perilous in ways that were impossible to forget. Sewer tunnels could collapse without warning. Pockets of methane gas lingered in the darkness, capable of suffocating or exploding if disturbed. Rats were constant companions, and the risk of infection hung in the damp air. One Victorian newspaper even told of a Tosher who became lost underground for an entire week before rescuers finally found him, weakened but alive. Each descent into the sewer was a quiet gamble with fate. And yet, for all its danger, toshing could be surprisingly profitable. A lucky find might yield several shillings in a single night. Over time, the most successful toshers earned incomes comparable to those of the middle class, a fact that led observers to refer to them as a kind of sewer aristocracy among urban scavengers. In a city defined by sharp social divisions, it was one of the few trades where fortune could briefly overturn expectation. Most toshers, however, were not adventurers by choice. Many were homeless ex-soldiers or former navvies, laborers who had once built canals and railways but found themselves discarded when the work ended. With few options left, the sewers offered a way to survive. The law strictly forbade this practice, as city ordinances claimed all sewer property for the state. Still, enforcement was uneven. Police often turned a blind eye unless someone was seriously injured or a dangerous blockage was discovered. Over time, the Toshers slipped into Victorian folklore, their lives both feared and admired. One especially grim case in 1888 captured public attention when a young Tosher was found dead near Westminster. Rumors spread quickly. Some suspected foul play, perhaps from poisonous chemicals dumped into the sewer system. An inquest was held, but the official conclusion was exhaustion and gas exposure. The tragedy, however, had an impact. It prompted authorities to take sewer safety more seriously and to consider the unseen risks hidden beneath the city. By the end of the 19th century, London itself was changing. Sanitation reforms covered open drains, improved ventilation reduced dangerous gases, and professional sewer maintenance crews replaced informal scavengers. Slowly, the conditions that made toshing possible began to disappear. As the tunnels became safer and cleaner, they also became less profitable for those who once depended on them. In literature and police records, toshers appear as figures from the shadowed edges of Victorian life. They were brave, reckless, and resourceful, extracting value from what everyone else refused to touch. Their existence revealed an uncomfortable truth about the modern city. Beneath its grandeur and progress lived an invisible class willing to face filth and danger so that others did not have to. By the early 20th century, toshers had vanished from London's sewers, yet their story lingers, a reminder of Victorian ingenuity shaped by necessity. In the quiet beneath the streets, they once turned waste into survival, leaving behind a small but telling chapter in the history of a crowded, complicated city. Chapter 25. The job of collecting dog waste for tanners. As the streets of Victorian cities quieted in the evening, another kind of labor quietly continued, one that most people preferred not to think about at all. Hidden in plain sight was the work of the purifinders, men and women who made their living from what everyone else avoided. Their task was unpleasant, even by the standards of the 19th century, yet it played a surprisingly important role in the economy of the time. In Victorian slang, the word pure referred to dog feces. Purifinders roamed the streets, especially in the early morning, scooping up dog droppings before they were trampled into the road. What looked like filth was in fact a valuable industrial material. Tanneries relied on it to process leather. The alkaline properties of dog feces were used in a stage called baiting, which softened and purified animal hides, making them supple and usable. Without this step, the leather that filled Victorian shops and factories would not have been possible. Quality mattered. Tanneries paid more for samples that were dry and rich in lime, and an experienced pure-finder knew how to recognize the best material. For those who mastered the trade, the work could provide a modest but steady income. In a society where poverty was widespread and jobs were scarce, this was no small thing. It revealed a harsh truth of Victorian life. Even the most undesirable waste could become a source of survival. Alongside the collection of dog waste existed another hidden occupation, often overlapping in practice. Some pure-finders, many of them impoverished women, collected human waste from privies, cesspools, and chamber pots. This material, known as night soil, was gathered under the cover of darkness and carted away in barrels. Human urine, rich in nitrates, was sometimes saved separately in households and sold to nitrate works, where it contributed to the production of gunpowder. The process was unpleasant and physically demanding. Pure-finders wore thick boots and, at times, cloth masks as they emptied containers into carts. The work required stamina and a strong stomach, but it connected the city to the countryside in an unexpected way. Farmers outside urban centers bought this waste and spread it across their fields. There, bacteria slowly broke it down into fertilizer, nourishing crops despite the powerful smell that lingered. Though many Victorians found the system revolting, it was surprisingly organized. In some towns, merchants at fairs bought night soil through contracts, creating a steady trade. Engineers even explored large-scale solutions. In Bristol, Isambard Kingdom Brunel designed drainage farms intended to manage urban waste in a controlled way, reflecting the growing awareness that sanitation was both an engineering and a social problem. Yet the risks were real. If waste was handled improperly, diseases such as typhoid and cholera could spread rapidly through crowded neighborhoods. These dangers helped push cities toward change. By the late 19th century, chemical fertilizers like superphosphate became more widely available, and flush toilets began to replace privies. Gradually, the demand for human manure declined, and the work of pure-finders faded into history. For decades, however, they played a crucial role in keeping cities functioning. They were the unseen recyclers of Victorian life, transforming waste into resources long before the idea of environmental responsibility existed. Their labor reveals an era determined to reuse everything it could, even as it struggled to safely manage the byproducts of industrial and urban living.
Chapter 26. Mudlarks, Scavenging the Riverbanks.
As the city of London drifted toward evening and the tide slowly pulled back from the riverbanks, another quiet struggle began along the muddy edge of the Thames. Here, where the water left behind slick earth and tangled debris, lived the world of the Mudlarks. They were among the poorest people in Victorian society, often children and the elderly, searching the river not for adventure, but for survival. Mudlarks worked the foreshore at low tide, when the river briefly revealed what it had swallowed and carried from the city above. Barefoot and dressed in ragged clothing, they combed through thick, sewage-soaked mud with numb fingers. Their eyes scanned for anything that could be sold or reused: bits of coal fallen from passing ships, frayed rope, fragments of copper, old bones, or the occasional lost coin. Every object held the faint promise of food, warmth, or another day endured. Unlike the Toshers, who descended into the sewers and sometimes earned substantial profits, Mudlarks lived at the very edge of subsistence. Most were children, often boys, many of them orphaned or sent out from overcrowded slums to earn what little they could. Some were elderly people who could no longer perform heavy labor. For them, mudlarking was not a choice, but a last option in a city that offered few protections for the vulnerable. The work was slow and exhausting, and the rewards were usually small. Contemporary reports describe how a child might spend weeks searching the riverbank, only to find a handful of pennies. One account notes a boy who found just 11 pennies over the course of a fortnight. Yet even these meager gains mattered. To the Mudlarks, each scrap recovered was proof of ingenuity and persistence in a world that seemed determined to overlook them. Danger was never far away. The riverbed hid sudden drops and deep holes where the mud could give way without warning. Some children drowned before help could reach them. Others fell ill after constant contact with polluted water, contracting diseases such as typhus or cholera. The Thames, long used as a dumping ground for the city's waste, carried invisible threats that settled into cuts, lungs, and exhausted bodies. Authorities officially forbade trespassing along the river walls, but enforcement was inconsistent. Police might chase mudlarks away or briefly evict them, yet prosecutions were rare. In truth, their presence exposed an uncomfortable reality. These children worked openly, in full view of London's grandeur, revealing how limited child protection laws were in Victorian Britain. Writers like Charles Dickens later drew attention to these figures, sometimes with pity, sometimes with uneasy fascination. Mudlarks became symbols of both resourcefulness and neglect, children forced to pollute themselves in order to live. Newspapers occasionally printed their names, turning fleeting lives into brief records of hardship and endurance. As the 19th century progressed, the river itself began to change. Improved embankments, better sanitation, and stricter waste management slowly transformed the Thames. It ceased to be an open refuse channel it once was, and with that change, mudlarking declined. The river grew cleaner, but the lives shaped by its former filth were not easily forgotten.
Part 8. Style, Looks, and the Risks They Brought. Chapter 27. The Deadly Green Dye Made with Arsenic. As the 19th century moved toward its middle years, color itself seemed to come alive. Shop windows glowed with shades never seen before, made possible by the rapid advances of industrial chemistry. Among them was a brilliant, irresistible green, vivid enough to stop passers-by in their tracks. It was known by names like Shields green and Paris green, and it became one of the most fashionable colors of the Victorian age. Few people realized that this striking hue carried a deadly secret. The pigment was made from copper acetoarsenite, a compound that was, in essence, arsenic. Dresses, ribbons, gloves, hats, and even undergarments were dyed with it. Women wore gowns that shimmered in candlelight, unaware that the very fabric brushing their skin contained a slow-acting poison. Those who wore these garments often noticed irritation. Skin reddened, rashes appeared. Some complained of headaches or nausea without understanding why. Yet the greatest suffering did not belong to the fashionable women admired in ballrooms and parlors. It belonged to the workers behind the scenes. Seamstresses and textile workers, many of them poor women laboring long hours, handled arsenic-dyed cloth every day. Artificial flower makers, tasked with crafting decorative blossoms from green-tinted materials, inhaled fine arsenic dust as they worked. Over time, their bodies paid the price. Ulcers formed, hands trembled, neurological damage set in.
Illness followed illness, quietly and relentlessly, in workshops where beauty was manufactured at great human cost. The danger extended beyond clothing. Arsenic green found its way into homes through wallpaper, curtains, and decorative fabrics. When walls became damp, especially in poorly ventilated houses, the pigment could release arsine gas into the air. Families fell ill without knowing the cause. Children weakened. Women grew pale and fatigued. In some cases, death followed. The home, meant to be a place of safety, became a source of invisible poisoning. Victorian culture slowly began to sense that something was wrong. Writers and artists used the color symbolically, associating green with decay and danger. Novels of the period hinted at poisoning through decor and fashion. In 1860, Lady Audley's Secret used the color to suggest hidden toxicity, and later literary works helped fix the idea in the public imagination. Even so, awareness spread unevenly, and many continued to live surrounded by arsenic without understanding the risk. By the 1880s, warnings became more explicit. Magazines cautioned mothers against letting children play with green fabrics. Physicians began to document cases of chronic arsenic poisoning linked to wallpaper and clothing. Public concern grew louder, and science slowly caught up with style. At last, regulation followed. In the 1890s, Britain banned arsenic from clothing dyes, and in 1901, similar restrictions were placed on wallpapers. These measures became some of the earliest examples of consumer protection laws, acknowledging that beauty should not come at the cost of health. There was an irony in arsenic green's legacy. Even as its dangers became clear, the color remained visually influential. Artists like Aubrey Beardsley continued to use pale green backgrounds in the late 1990s, drawn to the aesthetic long after its chemical hazards were understood. Fashion and art lingered where science urged retreat. The story of arsenic green captures a larger truth about the Victorian age. Chemistry unlocked dazzling possibilities in clothing, paint, photography, and decoration. Yet, without a full understanding of health and safety, innovation often raced ahead of wisdom. In that gap, elegance became hazardous, and beauty itself turned toxic.
Chapter 28. How Hat Makers Went Mad from Mercury. As the Victorian evening settles into quiet, imagine a row of elegant top hats resting neatly in a shop window. Polished, stiff, and perfectly shaped, they were symbols of respectability and status. Gentlemen wore them to signal seriousness and refinement. Yet hidden behind their smooth curves was a story far less graceful, one that unfolded in the cramped, poorly ventilated rooms where these hats were made. The saying, "mad as a hatter," did not begin as a joke or a figure of speech. It grew directly from industrial reality. Felt hats, so popular throughout the 19th century, were produced using a chemical called mercury nitrate. This substance helped mat animal fur into dense, durable felt. The process worked well for fashion, but it released invisible mercury vapors into the air, vapors that workers inhaled day after day. Hatters spent long hours bent over their work in enclosed spaces, often without proper airflow. Many were women and young girls, their hands constantly shaping in steaming felt. Slowly, the mercury entered their bodies through breath and skin, settling into the nervous system. The effects were devastating and progressive, creeping in quietly before becoming impossible to ignore. Doctors of the time described a condition known as erethism, now recognized as mercury-induced neurological damage. Sufferers developed tremors so pronounced they became known as the Hatter's Shakes.
Hands quivered uncontrollably, speech grew slurred, emotional balance unraveled. Irritability, anxiety, depression, and sudden outbursts became common. In severe cases, hallucinations and psychosis followed, eroding both livelihood and identity. These artisans paid a heavy price so others could enjoy fashion without a second thought. The glossy hats worn by the gentry were built upon the slow destruction of the minds and bodies of those who made them. Hat-making was a respected trade, yet it carried a hidden sentence that many workers did not fully understand until it was too late. The cultural echoes of this suffering quietly entered Victorian imagination. Lewis Carroll's Alice's Adventures in Wonderland, published in 1865, introduced the world to the eccentric Mad Hatter. Though Carroll himself denied a direct connection, readers then and now have noticed the resemblance to real hatters whose behavior had been altered by mercury exposure. The character captured something unsettlingly familiar to Victorian audiences, the thin line between industry and madness. The danger extended beyond human workers. In workshops where mercury was spilled or mishandled, animals suffered too. Cats kept around factories to control pests often died quickly after exposure, their sudden illness serving as grim, unheeded warnings of the toxicity saturating the air. By the late 19th century, awareness began to grow. Some hat makers experimented with alternative substances, such as paraffin or cellulose nitrate, hoping to escape mercury's grip. Ironically, these substitutes later revealed their own dangers, including flammability and toxicity. Progress, once again, proved complicated. After Queen Victoria's death, regulations slowly tightened. Mercury was gradually banned from clothing manufacture, and workplace safety became a serious subject of reform. The suffering of hatters helped shape early discussions about occupational health, influencing the labor protections that would emerge in the 20th century. Looking back, mercury poisoning among hatters stands as a stark reminder of the cost of unchecked innovation. The rush to satisfy fashion and demand often moved faster than understanding, leaving workers to absorb the consequences. In the quiet reflection of history, the Mad Hatter is no longer merely a whimsical figure, but a symbol of real lives altered by invisible poisons.
Chapter 29. The Fire Hazards of Crinoline Skirts. As gaslights flickered softly in Victorian parlors and candles glowed along crowded streets, fashion took on a shape that was as dramatic as it was dangerous. The mid-19th century silhouette was defined by the crinoline, a cage-like structure worn beneath skirts that held fabric out in a wide, sweeping circle. To the eye, it was elegant and commanding. Yet beneath its graceful form lay a hidden risk that would cost thousands of women their lives. Crinolines were often made from layers of cotton, muslin, and horsehair, materials that burned easily. Their open framework trapped air beneath the skirt, and when a hem brushed too close to an open fireplace, candle, or gas lamp, flames could race upward in seconds. What began as a small spark often turned into an uncontrollable blaze, fed by the very air that gave the crinoline its shape. Newspapers of the time recorded these tragedies with grim regularity. Women caught fire at dinner tables, in kitchens, and while passing through narrow doorways. In one reported case from 1863, a woman's skirt ignited as she sat at a tavern table, and she died from her burns only hours later. In 1898, a kitchen maid suffered severe injuries when her crinoline caught fire from a gas stove.
Such accidents were not rare exceptions, they were part of everyday risk in a world lit by open flame. The danger was even acute in theaters and dance halls. Muslin ball gowns and ballet costumes were light, airy, and highly flammable. Gaslights illuminated stages, hanging close to performers. When skirts brushed against them, disaster could strike instantly. The repeated deaths of dancers gave rise to the grim phrase, the Holocaust of ballet girls, a reminder of how frequently young women were burned alive during performances. These tragedies unfolded before audiences, leaving lasting horror in the public memory. Occasionally, warnings appeared. Newspapers advised women to keep their skirts away from open fires, to use safer candlesticks in kitchens, or to remain vigilant around gas lighting. Some women adapted in practical ways, lifting or removing their skirts before kneeling by a hearth or performing household tasks. Still, the risks remained woven into daily life. Over time, fear began to influence fashion itself. By the 1870s, the enormous hoop skirts of earlier decades gradually shrank. The crinoline gave way to the bustle, which shifted volume to the back of the dress and reduced the overall width. This change was driven partly by taste, but also by safety. A narrower silhouette was less likely to brush against flames in cramped rooms and busy households. Public spaces adapted as well. Some churches and theaters began limiting or banning open flames for lighting, reflecting a growing awareness that modern life required new precautions. These changes did not eliminate danger entirely, but they signaled a slow shift toward balancing beauty with survival. Looking back, the flammable crinoline stands as a striking example of how Victorian fashion collided with the realities of the gaslight era. Even the most intimate forms of personal adornment had to contend with industrial conditions and technological limits. The lesson learned through tragedy was simple but costly. Elegance could not ignore safety.
Chapter 30. The Debate Over Tight Corsets.
As evening settles and the world grows quieter, it is worth pausing to imagine the unseen layers beneath Victorian elegance. Beneath silk gowns and carefully tailored jackets, many women lived within the firm embrace of the corset. It was not simply an accessory, but the foundation of female dress, shaping bodies to fit the ideals of the age. Among the many discussions surrounding Victorian fashion, few were as heated as the debate over tight lacing. This practice involved pulling the corset strings to reduce the waist to an extreme narrowness. The image of the 18-inch waist became famous, though in truth it was more myth and fascination than everyday reality for most women. Still, the pursuit of a smaller waist exerted a powerful influence, one that shaped posture, movement, and social expectation. Doctors of the time voiced serious concerns. Medical journals and public lectures warned that tight lacing compressed the rib cage, displaced internal organs, and restricted the lungs. Breathing became shallow, digestion was affected. Fainting spells, already common in a culture that prized delicacy, were sometimes blamed on the corset's pressure. For young girls, the risks were even greater. Many began wearing corsets before their bodies had fully developed, which could alter bone growth and lead to spinal curvature or chronic weakness. These physical effects were matched by cultural ones. The corset enforced an upright, restrained posture that was widely considered graceful. At the same time, it limited physical exertion. Running, bending, or sustained labor became difficult, reinforcing the ideal that women should remain calm, composed, and largely passive. Fashion, in this way, quietly echoed broader social expectations about gender and behavior. Not everyone accepted this without question. Doctors, reformers, and early women's rights advocates began to speak out. They argued that tight-lacing endangered health and symbolized unnecessary restraint. In 1881, the rational dress movement emerged, promoting looser garments that allowed greater freedom of movement. Alternatives such as the bloomer skirt were introduced, though they were often met with ridicule and worn by only a small, determined minority. Despite growing criticism, corsets remained deeply entrenched in Victorian life. Even Queen Victoria herself wore them, though she reportedly favored less severe lacing in her later years. For many women, the corset was not experienced as an instrument of torture, but as a familiar part of daily routine. Properly fitted and moderately laced, it provided support as well as shape. By the late Victorian period, fashion began to soften. The extreme hourglass figure slowly gave way to a more natural waistline, and so-called health corsets were marketed as a sensible compromise between appearance and well-being. As the century drew towards its close, these shifts gained momentum. In the Edwardian era, silhouettes changed again, and the strictest forms of tight-lacing declined. Reformers such as Marie Stopes later condemned constrictive clothing, connecting physical freedom with broader social independence. Sportswear, and eventually trousers for women, became imaginable, then acceptable. Looking back, the tight-lacing controversy reveals much about Victorian society. The corset was both a product of technological innovation made possible by steel busks and elastic laces, and a tool of restraint that shaped how women moved through the world. It reminds us that fashion is never only about appearance. It carries ideas about health, morality, and power.
Part 9. What people ate, drank, and the sneaky additions.
Chapter 31. Hidden Poisons in Everyday Bread and Food. Imagine stepping into a Victorian kitchen. A loaf of bread rests on the table, a jug of milk beside it, tea leaves steeping gently in a pot. These simple comforts should promise nourishment and safety. Yet, for many Victorian families, even the most ordinary meal carried hidden risks. Before the Food Adulteration Act of 1860, the food market was a place of quiet deception. In a rapidly growing industrial society, manufacturers and sellers were under constant pressure to stretch profits. One easy solution was to dilute, bulk out, or disguise food with substances that were cheap, plentiful, and often dangerous. Bread, the foundation of the working-class diet, was among the most frequently adulterated foods. To make loaves appear whiter and heavier, bakers added alum, chalk, or even plaster to the flour. White bread was associated with quality and refinement, so customers trusted its pale appearance. Few realized that these additives could irritate the stomach, interfere with digestion, and contribute to long-term malnutrition, especially among children who relied on bread as their main source of calories. Milk posed another serious problem. Vendors often watered it down to increase volume, then thickened it with chalk, flour, or even sheep brains to restore its creamy look. This practice stripped milk of nutrition and sometimes introduced harmful bacteria. In an era before widespread pasteurization, contaminated milk became a pathway for diseases such as tuberculosis, particularly affecting infants and young children. Tea, a cherished ritual across social classes, was rarely what it seemed. Used tea leaves were dried, dyed, and resold. Iron filings, graphite, or lead compounds were added to darken the leaves and make them appear fresh. Regular tea drinkers unknowingly consumed heavy metals, risking lead poisoning over time. Even something as soothing as an evening cup of tea could slowly undermine health. Color, too, was a danger. Pickles were often treated with copper sulfate to give them a bright, appetizing green. Sweets dazzled with reds and yellows created from lead, mercury, or arsenic salts. The risks were not theoretical. In 1858, the infamous Bradford sweets poisoning shocked the nation when a confectioner accidentally used arsenic instead of a harmless bulking agent. 20 people died, many of them children, turning a small treat into a public tragedy. Other foods were no safer. Jam was diluted with water and thickened with starch or arrowroot. Old meat was sometimes dyed with red lead or cochineal to restore a fresh appearance. Expensive spices and drinks were frequently counterfeit. Saffron might be nothing more than colored turmeric. Coffee could be bulked out with chicory or burnt rye. Even flour itself was sometimes mixed with ground peas or starch and sold as pure. Victorian shoppers had little protection. Testing food required chemical knowledge beyond the reach of ordinary people, and sellers were rarely held accountable. Housewives developed their own strategies. Some washed fruit obsessively. Others preferred dark teas, believing they were harder to fake than green varieties. These small acts of caution offered comfort but little real security. The health consequences were severe. Alum in bread damaged digestion. Copper and lead pigments caused vomiting, neurological damage, and long-term illness. Heavy metals accumulated quietly in the body, often without immediate symptoms. The poorest families, forced to buy the cheapest food, were the most exposed. Public outrage eventually forced change. During the 1960s, Britain introduced a series of food and drug acts. Local authorities appointed inspectors to test products, and adulterators could be fined. The Sale of Food and Drugs Act of 1875 strengthened consumer rights, allowing customers to demand refunds if they could prove food was impure. Yet the struggle continued into the final years of the century. In 1900, long after Queen Victoria's reign was nearing its end, thousands of factory workers in Bradford fell ill when arsenic-contaminated sugar entered beer and sauce production. This scandal led directly to the 1906 Food and Drugs Act, the first comprehensive law to fully criminalize food adulteration. Amid these dangers, science slowly began to offer solutions. Pasteurization, developed in the 1860s, was gradually applied to milk, reducing bacterial contamination. Canning technology, already in use since the early 19th century, improved with better tin plating and sealing methods. By 1900, trust in scientifically regulated food production was beginning to grow, though caution remained. Looking back, Victorian food was often a gamble, taken daily and quietly. Yet the long fight against adulteration laid the foundations of modern food safety. Out of deception and illness came inspection, regulation, and accountability.
Chapter 32. Unusual foods like jellied eels and sheep heads. Imagine the kitchens of Victorian Britain after sunset. There were no glowing refrigerators, no supermarket shelves, no easy abundance. For millions of people,
Especially in crowded cities, food was not about taste or fashion. It was about endurance. What mattered most was whether a meal could fill the stomach and keep hunger away for another night. Among the urban poor, necessity shaped appetite in ways that can seem startling today. One of the most enduring examples is jellied eels, a dish that emerged in London's East End. Eels were plentiful in the Thames and nearby waterways, even as the river grew increasingly polluted. These slippery fish were boiled in a spiced stock, and when the liquid cooled, it naturally set into a jelly from the eel's own gelatin. Served cold, often with vinegar or pepper, jellied eels were cheap, filling, and surprisingly nutritious. For working families, they offered protein at a price that few other meats could match. Other meals followed the same logic of using everything available. Sheep's head broth was common in poorer households. After slaughter, the skull of a sheep was not discarded, but simmered slowly with barley and vegetables to create a thick, warming soup. What might have seemed unthinkable to wealthier diners was, for many, a practical and sustaining dish that stretched limited resources as far as possible. Even unborn animals found their place at the table. Slinks, the calves removed from cows slaughtered while pregnant, were boiled or skewered. The meat was tender and the broth rich. Large families could be fed with what would otherwise have been thrown away. These foods were not chosen for shock value, but because hunger left little room for sentiment. For the very poorest, the boundaries of edibility stretched even further. Some survived on broxy, meat taken from animals that had died of disease and sold at a steep discount. Others scavenged, catching rats or crows near rubbish heaps when nothing else could be found. These were not common meals, but they existed at the edge of desperation, revealing how thin the line between survival and starvation could be. And yet, within this harsh reality, there was ingenuity. Dishes that began as food for the poor sometimes crossed class boundaries. Tripe, the stomach lining of cattle, was so widely eaten in working-class neighborhoods that chefs eventually refined it into fashionable dishes served in respectable restaurants. What once symbolized poverty became, in altered form, a culinary curiosity for the wealthy. Some foods united all classes, at least occasionally. Gingerbread figures sold at fairs and plum pudding at Christmas offered moments of shared pleasure. These treats, while modest, allowed even struggling families to participate in seasonal rituals that softened the edges of hardship. The Victorian diet was also changing in quieter ways. The potato, now inseparable from British cooking, had only become widespread in the late 18th century. Sugar, produced cheaply by Victorian standards, transformed daily habits. Sweetened tea became a cornerstone of working-class life, and households might consume several pounds of sugar each month, finding comfort and energy in every cup. New technologies slowly altered what was possible. Tinned foods, developed earlier in the century, began to appear more regularly after mid-century. Canned meat, vegetables, and fruit offered longer shelf life and greater variety, even if quality was uneven. Fish and chips, often associated with Edwardian England, began to take shape in the 1890s, hinting at a future where cheap, filling meals could be bought ready-made. Still, for most ordinary Victorians, cuisine remained dictated by economy. Cheap cuts of meat, offal, and whatever scraps could be obtained formed the backbone of daily eating. Flour was not always pure and could be infested with insects, an accepted risk in difficult times. Meanwhile, cookbooks aimed at the wealthy described lavish meals of stuffed turkeys, iced desserts, and elaborate banquets that bore little resemblance to the tables of the poor. By looking closely at what Victorians ate, from jellied eels to sheep's head broth, we see more than unusual recipes. We see how class shaped nutrition, how poverty demanded creativity, and how industrial change slowly introduced new foods into old kitchens. These strange appetites tell a quiet story of endurance, reminding us that behind every dish was a family doing its best to survive in a rapidly changing world.
Chapter 33. The Clever Invention of the Moustache Cup.
As the day winds down and the familiar comfort of a warm drink comes to mind, it is pleasant to imagine a Victorian breakfast table. The teapot steams gently, cups are set neatly on their saucers, and a gentleman sits upright, his moustache carefully waxed and shaped before the day begins. In this world of detail and decorum, even a simple sip of tea required a clever solution. Victorian facial hair was not casual. Moustaches, especially in the middle and late 19th century, were often elaborate affairs, shaped into careful curves and held in place with scented wax. Steam, heat, and liquid were their natural enemies. Hot tea could soften wax, droop the ends, or stain carefully groomed whiskers. For men who took pride in their appearance, this was no small concern. Out of this everyday problem came a charming invention, the moustache cup. At first glance, it looked like an ordinary ceramic teacup, but inside the rim was a small ledge shaped like a shallow shelf with a narrow opening in the middle. As a man drank, his moustache rested safely on the ledge, while the tea flowed through the slit and into his mouth. The drink stayed warm, the moustache stayed dry, and dignity was preserved. These cups quickly became popular, especially among the middle and upper classes. They were produced in fine china, decorated with flowers, patterns, or gilded edges. Some bore humorous inscriptions and were given as gifts, combining practicality with gentle mockery. Owning a moustache cup suggested not only facial hair, but a certain attentiveness to personal grooming and social ritual. This small object reflected a much larger cultural moment. In the 1870s and 1880s, elaborate moustaches were firmly in fashion. Moustache waxes, combs, and brushes were widely sold. On a gentleman's writing desk, one might find a silver moustache comb beside a pot of pomade. At formal dinners, men discreetly dabbed their moustaches with cloths between courses, maintaining their shape as carefully as their manners. The importance of facial hair went beyond personal vanity. At one point, the British Army required recruits to grow moustaches, seeing them as symbols of strength and discipline. Moustaches became markers of masculinity, respectability, and even authority. In this context, the moustache cup was not frivolous, but a logical accessory in a carefully constructed image. Over time, tastes began to shift. After 1900, and especially following the First World War, the clean-shaven look returned to favor. Edwardian styles emphasized neatness and simplicity. Even figures of authority adapted. Kaiser Wilhelm II, known for his dramatic moustache, reportedly ordered German officers to shave after observing changing trends. As facial hair disappeared, so did the need for specialized cups. By the early 20th century, mustache cups faded from daily use, becoming curiosities tucked away in cupboards or collected as antiques. Yet they remain gentle reminders of an era that delighted in solving small problems with ingenuity and grace.
Part 10. Fun Times, Books, and Weird Pastimes. Chapter 34. Freak Shows and the Story of Joseph Merrick. Imagine the lively streets of Victorian Britain, lit by gas lamps and filled with crowds seeking diversion. Entertainment was everywhere: theaters, music halls, circuses, and traveling exhibitions. Among these attractions was a form of spectacle that feels unsettling to modernize, yet was entirely mainstream at the time. This was the era of the freak show. Victorians viewed physical difference through a complicated lens. There was genuine scientific curiosity, a desire to classify and understand the human body, mixed with voyeurism and wonder. People with unusual appearances were displayed to the public as living exhibits, advertised as marvels of nature. Families attended these shows openly, paying a small fee to stare, gasp, and speculate. Circuses and traveling fairs featured individuals described as human oddities, often presented alongside trained animals or acrobats. Some performers became widely known. General Tom Thumb, a man of short stature, achieved international fame. Chang and Eng, the conjoined twins, later called the Siamese twins, toured Europe and America. These exhibitions were framed as both entertaining and educational, blurring the line between science and spectacle. The most haunting figure to emerge from this world was Joseph Merrick, remembered as the Elephant Man. Born in 1862, Merrick developed severe physical deformities from a young age. His appearance set him apart so dramatically that he struggled to find ordinary work. Eventually, like many others with visible differences, he was exhibited in penny shows, presented to the public as something monstrous rather than human. Merrick's life changed when he came under the care of Dr. Frederick Treves, a surgeon at the London hospital. Treves initially encountered Merrick as a medical curiosity, much as the public did, but over time a deeper understanding emerged. Merrick was gentle, thoughtful, and intelligent, qualities that sharply contrasted with the cruel labels placed upon him. Removed from exhibition, he was given a place to live at the hospital, where he could find some measure of safety and dignity. As Merrick became known beyond the hospital walls, his story began to challenge Victorian assumptions. Members of high society visited him. Queen Alexandra herself is said to have sent him a carriage as a gift, a gesture that symbolized growing compassion. The man once displayed as a monster revealed himself to be deeply human, capable of kindness, reflection, and gratitude. His presence quietly unsettled a society accustomed to judging worth by appearance. Freak shows, however, did not disappear overnight. They were supported by a blend of popular fascination and questionable science. Some medical professionals used performers as living case studies, while promoters emphasized educational value to justify public display. Newspapers and tabloids covered these figures extensively, turning them into minor celebrities. Audiences watched with a mixture of horror, pity, and curiosity, rarely questioning the ethics of what they were witnessing.
Joseph Merrick's death in 1980 marked a turning point. The handling of his body, including a public autopsy and the preservation of his skeleton for medical study, shocked many. It revealed how deeply scientific curiosity could override compassion, even in death. Yet his story, published after he passed away, lingered in the public mind. It helped spark conversations about dignity, disability, and the responsibilities of society towards its most vulnerable members. By the early 20th century, attitudes were slowly changing. New ideas about human rights and disability began to take root, and freak shows gradually declined. What had once been ordinary entertainment came to be seen as exploitative. Merrick's life stood as a symbol of this shift, a reminder that behind every spectacle was a person with inner depth and feeling.
Chapter 35. Cheap, Thrilling Stories and Penny Dreadfuls. As the lamps dim and the city grows quiet, imagine a small room in Victorian Britain. A candle flickers on a rough wooden table, and in a pair of ink-stained hands rests a thin pamphlet, freshly bought for a single penny. Its pages promise danger, mystery, and a brief escape from the hardships of everyday life. This was the world of the penny dreadful. Penny dreadfuls were cheap, sensational serial stories sold weekly to working-class readers. For the price of a penny, young readers could immerse themselves in tales filled with crime, bloodshed, and dark adventure. These stories were printed on poor-quality paper and stapled together in modest pamphlets, but their contents were vivid and unforgettable. They offered suspense in small, addictive doses, ending each installment with a cliffhanger that drew readers back the following week. Some of the most enduring figures in popular culture first appeared in these humble pages. Sweeney Todd, the murderous barber of Fleet Street, made his debut in The String of Pearls between 1846 and 1847. The story tapped into urban fears of hidden violence and even cannibalism, imagining a city where respectability masked horrifying secrets. Around the same time, Varney the Vampire introduced readers to a creature with fangs, hypnotic powers, and a tortured existence, shaping many of the vampire traits later made famous by Bram Stoker. These stories thrilled readers, but alarmed moral authorities. Critics and clergy warned that penny dreadfuls corrupted youth, glorified crime, and encouraged imitation. The fear was that impressionable readers would absorb lawlessness along with entertainment. Yet the popularity of these serials only grew. Literacy rates were rising rapidly, with around 90% of men and 70% of women able to read by 1900. Cheap print, combined with hunger for distraction, created a vast new audience. Penny dreadfuls were not the only form of sensational reading. Middle and upper-class readers consumed their own version in the form of sensation novels. These were full-length books, more expensive and socially acceptable, but just as gripping. Authors like Wilkie Collins and Mary Elizabeth Braddon filled their stories with secrets, crimes, and shocking revelations.
In novels such as The Woman in White, The Moonstone, and Lady Audley's Secret, murder and deceit crept into respectable drawing rooms and country houses. These stories played on a different kind of fear. They suggested that beneath polished manners and tidy homes, scandal and danger could lurk. Respectability, they implied, was only a thin veneer. The popularity of sensation novels in the 1860s and 1870s triggered its own moral panic. Some critics worried that such stories stirred unhealthy fantasies, particularly among women readers, encouraging daydreams of forbidden romance and dramatic rebellion. Despite criticism, both penny dreadfuls and sensation novels flourished. They transformed reading from a slow, elite pursuit into mass entertainment. Writers experimented with suspense, serialized storytelling, and psychological tension. Even Charles Dickens, known for his social realism, drew on elements of crime and mystery that echoed the sensational tastes of his audience. By the end of the Victorian era, the influence of these publications was unmistakable. Crime fiction, detective stories, and horror had become established genres. The debates they sparked about the effects of violent or sensational media on young minds anticipated similar arguments in the 20th century, from comic books to cinema and beyond.
Chapter 36. Risky Parlor Games like Snapdragon. As night fell in a Victorian home, the parlor became the heart of the house. Curtains were drawn, lamps were lit, and families gathered close, not around screens or speakers, but around one another. Entertainment was simple, shared, and often surprisingly physical. Laughter echoed against wallpapered walls, and games filled the long evenings, especially in winter, when darkness arrived early and lingered. Many parlor games were gentle and familiar. Adults passed the time with card games like whist and later bridge, which emerged around the 1890s. Children played hide-and-seek or blind man's buff, their footsteps and giggles drifting down hallways. Charades became a favorite at gatherings, with players silently acting out phrases or book titles while others guessed, delighted by exaggerated gestures and sudden revelations. Music also played a central role. The Victorian parlor often housed a piano, and sheet music was widely available. After dinner, someone might sit down to play a sentimental ballad while others sang along. Hymns, too, were frequently sung, reflecting the moral tone many families valued. On some evenings, the parlor transformed into a small concert hall, filled with earnest voices and familiar melodies. Yet not all Victorian parlor amusements were so calm. Among the most daring traditions was a Christmas game known as Snapdragon. It began innocently enough, with raisins or figs placed in a shallow bowl of brandy. Then the lights were dimmed, and the brandy was set alight. Blue flames danced across the surface, casting an eerie glow on the faces gathered around. The rules were simple and strict. One by one, players reached into the flames with a single hand, snatched a piece of fruit, and popped it into their mouths, extinguishing the fire as they did so. The challenge was not only speed, but nerve. Fingers were often burned, if only slightly, and children squealed with a mixture of delight and pain. The ghostly blue light made everyone look pale and otherworldly, adding to the sense of macabre excitement. Despite the danger, Snapdragon was wildly popular. It was a test of bravery, a moment of shared risk that bound families and friends together in laughter and daring. Even this fiery game followed rules and rituals, reflecting the Victorian desire to balance excitement with order. Other winter entertainments leaned toward mystery rather than danger. Fortune-telling games were common,
especially among young people curious about love and the future. Some gathered around tables marked with letters, gently pushing a pointer and watching where it drifted. Others read tea leaves, swirling the last dregs in a cup and peering into the patterns left behind. For some, these games were playful diversions. For others, they carried genuine emotional weight. Musical games, such as passing an object around to a tune and stopping suddenly to see who was caught holding it, added energy to gatherings. These activities encouraged participation, breaking down social stiffness and allowing moments of spontaneity within a structured setting. Taken together, Victorian parlor games reveal a world where entertainment was intimate and inventive. Fun and formality lived side by side. Even a game involving open flame was governed by etiquette and shared understanding. The parlor was a stage for imagination, courage, and connection, a place where stories were acted out, songs were shared, and small risks were taken in the safety of home.
Chapter 37. Odd pastimes, such as collecting ferns and stuffing animals.
It is soothing to imagine how Victorians filled their leisure hours. Free time was not spent scrolling or streaming, but collecting, arranging, cataloging, and displaying. The 19th century was an age of intense curiosity, and sometimes that curiosity tipped into full-blown obsession. Hobbies were not merely casual diversions, they were earnest pursuits, taken up with passion, discipline, and a surprising seriousness of purpose. One of the most striking examples was a craze known as pteridonania, more commonly called fern fever. In the middle of the 19th century, ferns became wildly fashionable. Almost everyone with access to a garden wanted them. Homes were decorated with fern fronds pressed into albums, embroidered onto cushions, or framed behind glass. Wealthier households built fern houses and ferneries, carefully designed spaces meant to showcase rare varieties in damp, shaded splendor. The enthusiasm quickly spilled beyond gardens and into the countryside. Amateur collectors scoured hillsides, valleys, and woodlands in search of unusual specimens. Wild fern populations were trampled and over-harvested, sometimes to the point of near extinction in certain areas. Ironically, this destruction also sparked early conservation concerns, as naturalists began to warn that the countryside could be damaged by unchecked enthusiasm. Fern fever was not alone. Similar botanical crazes swept through Victorian society, including intense interest in orchids and mosses. Collecting extended far beyond plants. After the introduction of postage stamps in 1840, stamp collecting, known as philately, became nearly universal. Children and adults alike traded stamps, mounted them in albums, and formed clubs devoted to comparing collections. What began as a simple novelty grew into a structured hobby with rules, classifications, and social prestige. Nature, in all its forms, became a favorite subject. Many Victorian amateurs assembled extensive collections of insects, especially butterflies and beetles. Cabinets filled with carefully pinned specimens appeared in parlors and studies. While this reflected genuine scientific interest, it also led to the depletion of common species in some areas, revealing again how enthusiasm could outpace restraint. Other hobbies leaned toward engineering and imagination. Model railways began appearing as early as the 1840s using O-gauge trains. By the 1870s, enthusiasts were constructing elaborate tabletop layouts, complete with tunnels, bridges, and miniature stations. These early model railroads mirrored the nation's pride in its expanding rail network and laid the groundwork for a hobby that continues today.
Among the most unsettling pastimes to modern eyes was anthropomorphic taxidermy. Victorians did not always stop at preserving animals as hunting trophies. Some staged elaborate scenes using stuffed animals posed in human roles. Walter Potter became famous for his detailed dioramas featuring kittens gathered around a tea table or rabbits seated in a schoolroom. At the time, these displays were seen as whimsical and charming, blending humor with craftsmanship. Today, they often provoke discomfort, revealing how tastes and sensitivities change across generations. Victorian parlors reflected this fascination with collecting and display. Glass cases held mounted butterflies. Shelves displayed eggs, feathers, shells, and curious stones. Some people even collected human hair, weaving it into jewelry or preserving it as a record of family connections. These objects transformed private homes into small museums, each item carefully arranged and labeled. Taken together, these hobbies reveal something deeper about Victorian culture. They show an impulse to categorize, organize, and possess the natural world. Gardening societies, antiquarian clubs, and scientific associations often overlapped, blurring the line between leisure and study. Collecting became a way to impose order on a rapidly changing world, turning curiosity into something tangible and controllable. There was, however, a cost. Romantic fascination sometimes led to ecological harm or ethical questions about the treatment of animals. Yet these pastimes also laid the foundation for many modern hobbies, from nature study to model building and organized collecting.
Chapter 38. Colorful Slang from Victorian Streets. It is soothing to listen for the voices of the past. Victorian Britain was not only a world of factories, parlors, and strict manners, it was also a world alive with language, full of playful expressions, sharp humor, and inventive slang that echoed through streets, markets, and music halls. Victorian street language was especially colorful among the working classes. In the crowded neighborhoods of London, people shaped words the way they shaped daily life, quickly, creatively, and with a sense of wit. A close friend might be affectionately called a chuckaboo, while a dependable person could be praised as a real brick. Greetings were informal and friendly. One might ask, "How's tricks?" or say, "All right, me old cove." These phrases carried warmth and familiarity in a city that could otherwise feel cold and overwhelming. Slang offered a way to speak openly about emotions, too. If someone was feeling low or overwhelmed, they were said to have got the morbs. Melancholy, so common in hard urban lives, found expression through humor. Even sadness was softened by a playful turn of phrase. Drink, another constant of Victorian street life, had its own rich vocabulary. To be drunk was not simply to be drunk. One might be described as scratched or half-rats, expressions that hinted at unsteadiness without needing explanation. These words allowed people to laugh at excess even as they lived with it. Social relationships were also carefully observed and labeled. An unmarried woman known for gossip might be called a muffin walloper, a teasing term that blended judgment with humor. A man who courted a woman without any intention of marrying her was said to be doing the bear, lingering close while offering little in return. Such phrases reveal how language became a tool for social commentary, quietly enforcing expectations while allowing room for irony. Much of this slang found its way into popular culture. Charles Dickens filled his novels with street speech, capturing the rhythms and humor of everyday conversation. Music hall songs, wildly popular at the time, spread slang across neighborhoods and classes, turning local phrases into shared cultural currency. Different occupations developed their own vocabularies. Rag and bone men who collected scraps spoke in terms understood mainly by their trade. Costermongers, selling fruit and vegetables from street barrows, used language shaped by bargaining and performance. Even gentlemen had their own coded expressions in clubs, and scientists shared private jokes within their circles. Language, like society itself, shifted depending on where one stood. Technology also left its mark on speech. As railways expanded and reshaped daily life, new words followed. A home station might be called the drome, and the railway itself became the road for many working people. Language adapted quickly, reflecting how modern life altered habits and perceptions. Slang often arose as a response to change. Urban crowds could be labeled the knobs, referring to the nobility, while fashionable men drawn to art and style became known as dandies. Foreign influences entered English as well. Words like clique arrived from French artistic circles, showing how culture crossed borders through language. This lively speech did not go unnoticed. By the late 19th century, lexicographers began to record slang seriously. Early editions of works such as Brewer's Dictionary of Phrase and Fable, first published in the 1870s, preserved expressions that might otherwise have vanished. What had once belonged to the street entered the written record. Victorian slang reveals a side of the era often hidden behind formality. Beneath rigid class structures and moral codes was a population delighting in wordplay, using humor to cope with hardship and shaping language to fit their lives. Many expressions that feel modern have roots in this period, quietly carried forward through generations.
Chapter 39. Early toys that created moving illusions. It is gentle to imagine a Victorian parlor at dusk. Lamplight glows softly on polished wood, and a small crowd gathers around a curious object, something simple yet magical. Long before cinema existed, Victorians were already captivated by the idea of moving images, by the thrill of watching still pictures come alive. One of the most enchanting inventions of the era was the zoetrope. First introduced in the 1830s and growing steadily in popularity, it was a hollow drum with narrow slits cut into its sides. Inside the drum ran a strip of drawings, each image slightly different from the last. When the drum was spun and viewed through the slits, the pictures seemed to move. A horse galloped, a child jumped rope, a man tipped his hat. It was a flicker of life created entirely by the brain, which stitched the images together into motion. For Victorian viewers, this illusion was mesmerizing, proof that science could create wonder.
Equally charming was the thaumatrope. This toy was even simpler, yet no less delightful. It consisted of a small disc with a picture on each side, attached to strings or held between the fingers. One side might show a bird, the other a cage. When spun quickly, the two images merged, and the bird appeared to sit neatly inside the cage. The toy relied on persistence of vision, the way the human eye briefly retains an image, allowing two separate pictures to blend into one. Children laughed, adults marveled, and minds quietly absorbed the idea that perception itself could be played with. These objects were often called philosophical toys, a term that reflected their dual purpose. They entertained, but they also demonstrated scientific principles. Sold in novelty shops and displayed proudly in homes, they blurred the line between learning and play. In their spinning and flickering, they laid the conceptual groundwork for the motion picture industry that would soon follow. The fascination with visual illusion extended further. Stereoscopes became immensely popular, especially in middle-class households. These devices held two nearly identical photographs taken from slightly different angles. When viewed through the lenses, the images merged into a single three-dimensional scene. Suddenly, distant landscapes, famous buildings, or intimate domestic moments seemed to possess depth and presence. Families passed stereoscopes around the table, peering into tiny windows that opened to the wider world. Mechanical toys added another layer of delight. Clockwork horses trotted across floors. Miniature theaters recreated scenes with moving figures. These objects brought motion into still rooms, satisfying a growing appetite for dynamic entertainment. Board games such as Puss in the Corner or Pit filled long evenings with shared amusement. Education and play often went hand in hand. Chemistry sets and small microscopes were marketed to boys, particularly in middle-class families, reflecting the Victorian belief in self-improvement through scientific curiosity. Children peered at insects, crystals, and plant cells, learning to see the unseen, much as optical toys revealed hidden motion. Beyond the home, public spectacles amplified these experiences. Magic lantern shows projected hand-colored images onto walls, bringing stories of ghosts, historical events, or distant lands to life. Some lantern shows used sliding panels or moving parts, creating the illusion of action. Panorama paintings and large dioramas filled exhibition halls, immersing visitors in sweeping scenes that shifted subtly as they watched. Even spiritual curiosity became entangled with visual trickery. Victorian séances sometimes featured so-called spirit photographs, created through double exposure to suggest ghostly figures hovering beside the living. While these images were staged, they reveal how deeply people trusted the eye and how easily vision could be persuaded. By the late 19th century, inventors were beginning to turn these principles into something new. In 1895, just after Queen Victoria's reign was drawing to a close, the Lumière brothers in France unveiled the first true motion pictures. But the groundwork had already been laid in Victorian living rooms through spinning drums, flickering discs, and carefully crafted illusions.
Part 11. Shocking Stories of Crime and Justice.
Chapter 40. Jack the Ripper and the First Media Frenzy. As the city settles into night, imagine London in the autumn of 1888. Gas lamps glow faintly through the fog, and narrow streets disappear into shadow. In the East End district of Whitechapel, fear hangs in the air, carried from doorway to doorway by whispers and headlines. This was the moment when crime, journalism, and public imagination fused into something entirely new. That year, a series of brutal murders shocked the city. An unknown killer targeted destitute women in Whitechapel, a neighborhood marked by overcrowding, poverty, and constant struggle. The murderer was never identified, but he was given a name that would echo through history: Jack the Ripper. With that name, the crimes became more than local tragedies. They became a global story. What set the Whitechapel murders apart was not only their violence, but how they were consumed. By the late Victorian period, literacy had expanded dramatically. Cheap newspapers sold for a penny reached millions of readers each day. For the first time, a crime unfolded in near real time across headlines, illustrations, and serialized reports. Every new detail, rumor, or speculation was devoured over breakfast tables and in crowded pubs. The press fueled the frenzy. Newspapers printed graphic descriptions and eagerly published letters claimed to be from the killer himself, taunting the police and promising further violence. Many of these letters were later suspected to be hoaxes, but at the time they deepened the sense of menace. The public felt addressed directly, drawn into a terrifying conversation that blurred fact and fiction. As attention intensified, Whitechapel itself was exposed to readers who had never set foot there. The victims were impoverished women living precariously at the margins of society. Through relentless coverage, the squalid living conditions of the East End were thrust into national consciousness. For many in Britain's upper classes, this was a shocking revelation. The murders forced an uncomfortable acknowledgement of urban misery, highlighting the human cost of unchecked industrial growth, empire, and laissez-faire economics. The police response reflected a system under strain. Overwhelmed by public pressure and limited resources, investigators began consulting medical and forensic specialists in ways that were still new. Crime scene photographs were shared between jurisdictions. Height and weight charts were compiled. Though rudimentary by modern standards, these methods marked an early step towards scientific policing, shaped in part by the demands of a watching public. Jack the Ripper's greatest power lay in his anonymity. Without an arrest, fear lingered. Every shadow seemed suspect. When the killings abruptly stopped later in 1888, no resolution followed, only silence. The absence of answers allowed myth to grow. The Ripper became a figure of endless speculation, inspiring books, plays, films, and debates that would continue for more than a century. The case also transformed journalism. Editors learned that crime sold papers. Sensationalism proved profitable, and careful verification often gave way to dramatic storytelling. In this way, the Whitechapel murders reshaped media practices, setting patterns that still influence coverage of crime today. Looking back, Jack the Ripper can be seen not only as a criminal, but as a product of his time. He emerged at the intersection of mass media, urban anxiety, and social inequality. The foggy streets of Victorian London became a stage where fear, curiosity, and moral concern played out before a vast audience. Chapter 41. The Scandal at Cleveland Street. Imagine Victorian London near the end of the 19th century. Outwardly, it was a world that prized restraint, propriety, and rigid moral codes. Respectability mattered deeply, especially among the upper classes. Yet beneath that carefully maintained surface, secrets sometimes gathered in places few dared to look too closely. In 1889, one such secret came briefly into the light. Police raided a house on Cleveland Street in the Fitzrovia area of London and uncovered a male brothel. What made this discovery explosive was not simply its existence, but who was involved. Among those frequenting the establishment were telegraph boys, many of them young and poor, alongside men of high social standing. Some clients were linked to aristocratic circles and even rumored to be connected to the household of the Prince of Wales. In Victorian Britain, homosexual acts between men were criminal offenses. Public morality was uncompromising, at least in theory. The idea that members of the elite might be participating in behavior condemned by law and custom sent shockwaves through society. The scandal pierced the illusion that virtue and status were naturally aligned. The response of the authorities revealed deep inequalities. The working-class telegraph boys, who had sold sex to survive, were treated harshly. Many were imprisoned despite their youth and vulnerability. Meanwhile, the aristocratic clients faced a very different fate. Charges were quietly dropped, investigations delayed, or suspects conveniently left the country for extended stays on the continent. Justice, it seemed, bent easily when confronted with wealth and influence. Newspapers played a crucial role in shaping public reaction. While much of the mainstream press remained cautious, radical publications, especially Truth, edited by Henry Labouchere, pushed the story into the open. Names were hinted at, connections suggested, and hypocrisy exposed. Readers reacted with a mix of moral outrage, fascination, and uneasy recognition. Condemnations of decadence and effeminacy filled columns, but so did criticism of a legal system that punished the powerless while protecting the privileged. For a moment, Victorian confidence in its own moral order appeared to fracture. The scandal suggested that strict public codes often masked private transgressions, particularly among those least likely to face consequences. It forced many to confront an uncomfortable truth, that the elite, for all their polished manners and public virtue, lived with secrets as dangerous as any found in the slums. Looking back, the Cleveland Street scandal carries deeper significance. It stands as early evidence of what historians later describe as emerging homosexual identity politics, though no organized movement yet existed. It revealed how sexual identity, class, and power intersected in ways that law and society were unprepared to address honestly. Some scholars see it as a prelude to later events, including the trials of Oscar Wilde in the mid-1990s, when backlash against perceived moral threats reached a dramatic peak. The scandal left a lasting mark on public consciousness. It reinforced the perception of an untouchable elite and highlighted the corruption that could arise when justice bowed to status. At the same time, it quietly widened the gap between official morality and lived reality, planting doubts that would continue to grow into the 20th century.
Chapter 42. The Mystery of the Tichborne Imposter. As night settles and the mind grows quieter, it is comforting to revisit a story that once held an entire nation awake. In the early 1970s, Victorian Britain became absorbed in a legal drama so strange and emotionally charged that it blurred the line between truth and theater. This was the case of the Tichborne claimant, a story of lost identity, class resentment, and the deep desire to believe that justice might favor the ordinary man. The tale began with Sir Roger Tichborne, the heir to a wealthy English estate, who was believed to have died years earlier in a shipwreck. Slender, well-educated, and raised among privilege, Roger vanished without a body ever being found. For a long time, his disappearance remained a quiet family tragedy. Then, unexpectedly, a man appeared from the other side of the world. Arthur Orton was a butcher living in Australia, broad, obese, and entirely unlike the refined young aristocrat he claimed to be. Yet Orton insisted that he was Sir Roger Tichborne, miraculously alive after years of hardship. Against all expectation, Lady Tichborne, Roger's mother, accepted him as her son. Her belief gave Orton's claim a powerful emotional foundation and set the stage for one of the most sensational trials of the Victorian era. The case quickly grew beyond a family dispute. When courts in Australia and later in London questioned Orton's identity, public interest only intensified. Newspapers followed every development, printing testimony, speculation, and commentary in exhaustive detail. The trials of 1871 to 1873 stretched on for years, producing thousands of pages of evidence and becoming one of the longest and most expensive legal proceedings of the century.
What truly captivated Britain was not just the question of identity, but what the claimant came to represent. Among the working classes, Orton was embraced as a symbol of the common man crushed by an arrogant elite. Supporters rallied behind him, inspired in part by newspaper campaigns led by figures connected to earlier reform movements. Public meetings filled with cheering crowds. Songs were written, pamphlets circulated, and Orton's name was spoken with hope and defiance. In the courtroom, the drama unfolded like popular entertainment. Orton spoke at length, confidently and emotionally, presenting himself as a man wronged by wealth and influence. To his supporters, his very lack of polish seemed proof of sincerity. The establishment, meanwhile, worked methodically to expose inconsistencies in his story. Witnesses contradicted his memories, physical differences were highlighted. The gulf between the educated heir and the butcher from Australia became harder to ignore. Even Parliament could not entirely avoid the spectacle. Members debated the costs of the trial and the extent to which the state should be involved. The case consumed public resources and dominated conversation, from city streets to country estates. It was no longer simply about one man's claim, but who was believed, who was protected, and whose voice carried weight in Victorian society. When Arthur Orton was finally convicted of perjury in 1873, the verdict failed to bring closure. Many of his supporters refused to accept it, dismissing the evidence as manipulated or absurd. Satirical cartoons mocked judges and politicians. In contrast, the Tichborne family and government officials saw the conviction as a necessary affirmation of law and order. The nation remained divided, each side convinced of its own truth. In the years that followed, the Tichborne claimant became a cautionary phrase, shorthand for gullibility and deception. Yet the story endures because it speaks to something deeper. It reveals a Victorian longing for justice that transcended class and a readiness to believe in an underdog who challenged authority, even when the facts were fragile.
Part 12. Wrapping up. What it all means today.
As we come to the end of this journey, it is fitting to slow down and look back one last time. The Victorian era formally closed in 1901 with the death of Queen Victoria, ending a reign that had lasted more than 6 decades. Yet history did not simply turn a page that year. The world that followed was deeply shaped by what the Victorians had built, believed, feared, and struggled to understand. The 19th century under Victoria was a time of extraordinary transformation. Britain changed from a largely agrarian society into an industrial and political powerhouse whose influence stretched across the globe. Factories, railways, steamships, and telegraph lines redefined distance and time. Cities grew rapidly, filled with the noise of machines and the promise of opportunity, but also with overcrowding, pollution, and hardship. The modern industrial world was being forged, not smoothly, but under immense pressure. Politically, the era laid essential foundations for modern democracy. A series of reform acts gradually extended the right to vote beyond a narrow aristocratic elite. By the end of the century, most adult men and some women property owners had a voice in elections. Parliamentary procedures matured, the cabinet system took clearer shape, and constitutional governance became a model that other nations would study and adapt. These developments did not complete democracy, but they made its expansion possible. Economically, Victorian Britain stood at the center of a global industrial system. Mechanized production, modern banking, and joint stock companies reshaped how wealth was created and distributed. Middle-class faith in progress, science, and markets drove relentless innovation. The infrastructure built during this period, Railways, ports, financial institutions, and communication networks still underpins much of today's world. The rhythms of modern life began here, measured by timetables and standardized time zones. Socially, the Victorian age was marked by stark contradictions. Great wealth existed beside desperate poverty. Moral strictness coexisted with scandal, secrecy, and fascination with the forbidden. These tensions sparked reform. Public education expanded. Public health laws emerged in response to epidemics and unsafe living conditions. Early labor protections took shape as the realities of child labor and industrial injury became impossible to ignore. By the late 19th century, ideas such as old age pensions and unemployment assistance were being debated, planting the seeds of the modern welfare state. Culturally, the Victorian legacy remains vivid. The novel became a dominant literary form, with writers like Dickens, the Bronte sisters, and Thomas Hardy shaping how stories could explore society, psychology, and morality. Victorian science transformed human understanding of the world. Darwin's theory of evolution challenged long-held beliefs about life and creation. Advances in physics, chemistry, and engineering opened entire new fields of inquiry. At the same time, spiritual doubt and philosophical searching grew stronger as faith and science learned to coexist in uneasy balance. Everyday life, too, was quietly transformed. Gas and electric lighting illuminated streets. Public museums and libraries opened their doors to ordinary citizens. Leisure, education, and knowledge became more widely accessible, even if inequality remained profound. British common law and parliamentary traditions, refined during this era, spread across continents through empire, shaping legal and political systems far beyond Britain itself. Yet, the problems of the Victorian age cast long shadows. Child labor, slum housing, racial hierarchies, and rigid gender roles created injustices that later generations would challenge. Imperial power carried within it the seeds of resistance and eventual decolonization. The anxieties born in Victorian cities about crime, morality, identity, and belonging feel strikingly familiar today. In this sense, the Victorian era was a crucible. It produced railroads, telephones, and industrial cities, but also social movements, reform campaigns, and deep cultural self-examination. It was an age of confidence and doubt, order and disruption, compassion and cruelty. To understand the 20th century and much of our own world, we must understand these tensions.